pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sunglasses on my head. It's a little bright out there.
Man, it's a little warm out there too.
So the first order of business to be to approve the minutes of Monday, June 17th as written.
I'll move.
Thompson's moved, Curry is seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next would be to approve the minutes from Tuesday, June 18th as written.
I'll second.
Curry's moved, Meeks seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Miscellaneous motions. Do you want to put all these off, Don, till
Oh, we could.
that?
The first two is not, first two I don't think is a rock issue at all. And it may not be on the third one.
Okay, well, let's just wait for all of them.
Okay.
We got some payroll changes. We're gonna hold those off till about 10. We meet up with Mr. Johnson, Sheriff Johnson. And that looks like, that being said, that'll be it for the miscellaneous motions. Yes, so that puts River City up.
I like things quick like that.
Bet.
This is an full desk for me, it's back in.
Yep.
Not much different than last week. The only thing you see out there today is a crane up in here. We had some steel delivered last week, the end of last week, Wednesday, Thursday. Crane's set up right now. We're starting to set columns and beams. You'll really see it take shape over this course of this week and next week. Masonry finished the north stair tower. They're finishing the south elevator today. They'll finish that, and then they'll jump to the north elevator, and then finish that lateral wall that separates the west side from the east side. You'll see them start on the corridors that will connect the old jail to the new jail. They'll start laying up on that today as well. So, other than that, that's about what you're going to see for about a month and a half.
Yeah.
So they've made a lot of progress on putting the block.
Yep. We've got real lucky with the weather, and this heat might slow us down a little bit. It always does, you know. But
Pretty tough.
looks like it's just going to be a couple days, and then be back down low 90s. So.
Yeah, they're talking Wednesday a cool down.
Yeah, a little cold front coming in Tuesday night or something. But as long as the rains at night and not during the day, we'll be all right. So, you guys got anything for me?
I believe so. Stay cool as best the guys can.
That's right.
Stay
Yeah.
safe anyhow.
Oh yeah.
They can't stay cool. But
That's what I'm out there for. To make sure they're.
Sure be hot working on with that concrete up there and there, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little breezy out there, so we do have that saving grace. You know, a little bit of breeze goes a long way. Boy, if it's 100 and it ain't blowing, wind ain't blowing, that's tough. So, nope. Everything's going good. I don't have anything else. So. You guys good?
Okay, yeah.
Thank
Looks like
you.
by the end of July,
Huh?
looks like by the end of July, you're gonna be quite a ways down the road.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We'll have that west side steel. See, we'll deck the roof first, and then we're gonna let the mason get in there, like over in the booking intake area. They'll lay the walls up, and then they'll come through and deck the second floor, and then they'll pour that second floor. But yeah, the beginning of August, I can't remember what day exactly, but we jump over on the east side.
Yeah.
And start the low roof over there. So everything's going as projected. So
Good deal.
Yeah.
It's a good deal.
yep.
Thank you.
One of the things.
It's a cold question.
I think you can answer it. It's not bad. change order number 11 that deals with the Sally Port. That's a little bit later. My understanding is, as soon as that is reviewed and the board makes a motion and approves it,
Mhm.
and the turnaround on that, you want to get that
I need,
taken care of.
yeah, I need to get going on it ASAP, so.
So, because it potentially impacts other work that's,
It can. I mean, as of right now, we're all right. It's almost its own little separate structure. But we still need to get it going.
We're still waiting on numbers on that, is that right?
we've got,
They're in.
Oh,
yep,
Yeah, it just needs to be reviewed and approved.
okay.
yep, that's all coming later.
Okay.
Can't wait.
Yep. So, that's all I have.
Okay. All right, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah, see you guys.
But I got a feeling that's how our morning's gonna go, be slightly ahead.
Uh-huh.
If I grab,
This one here went blank again.
Okay.
And
if I grab Richard, can throw something at you real quick.
That's fine.
No action needs to be taken, but it's something that we can cover later anyways.
Okay.
I'll trade you out, Don.
Pardon?
I'll trade you out here in a second. I'm gonna send this one as well. Okay. This one's in the same thing.
Sharon, then I'll give you this. So this was gonna be in roundtable. This, what I just handed out is a sort of a tentative proposed timeline to deal with the next series of bonds for the jail. And as I think everybody's aware, the money's going out and that fund is going down at least $1 million, if not $1.5 million each month, and that's anticipated to continue to the end of the year, which means at some point in time that those funds need to be replenished. So I wanted you to be aware and be thinking this is a tentative timeline, obviously between Richard and Greg Varenberg and Joe Serrano. They'll work on what that timing is, but at least if what this document shows, the initial launch September 9th and then closing of bonds November 12th, just so you know the timeline. So I don't know if Richard has any thoughts or words of wisdom, since he's the numbers guy.
Yeah, and so it's not just replenishing funds. As you know, we have about 20 million. Jail's gonna cost more than 20 million. Where's the money coming from? Probably the bonds. The one good thing about issuing bonds is it takes us however long we want to pay for it, whether it's 10 years or 20 years. But when you move down the road that far, think about what inflation has done so far to the dollar. And so that's why a lot of insurance companies make so much money. They're charging premiums, and later on, they're using the money that we got today. In inflated costs, you're actually paying less money, if you want to look at it that way, because you get less for your dollar. So inflation's going to keep up with that. But anyway, roughly 3 months is what it's going to take to issue those new bonds. And so we had considered it in the spring. We thought interest rates would be down lower. They haven't done that yet. Discussed with Greg anyway, he thought that the same way we could wait. And actually looking at it now, the government cannot withstand interest rates where they are, so they're gonna have to lower at some point. Whether it's now or in the near future, we don't know. But in anticipation of that, I would see that people bidding on these bonds, because of where they're gonna be, we will actually make more on them. If you recall, we didn't sell $10 million worth of bonds the first time. It was like 9.6 million, but we got 9.8 million because those folks paid a premium. Well, that's what's gonna happen here, I believe, as well. Whatever we issue, we're gonna collect more money than what we put out, which actually reduces the rate. So.
These
because
last 3 or 4 months, how much interest have you earned on that?
It's a little over 5%.
It's a little over 5%. Because right now we're showing,
Well,
you know,
it depends.
15,600,000.
It depends on which pie you look at, because I was only allowed to make 3.5 at a max. Remember, according to the bonds being qualified. And so 3.5 is all I can make on those. But I've been spending, well, you guys have been spending that money, and that's where I've been drawing it out of first. So the 10 million we dedicated, that's what's making 5.15, I think.
That's the county money.
That's what ours is
Oh,
making.
right.
That's our 10.
Yeah. Whereas the other is sitting in a money market account making 3.45. Annualized is 3.5.
Do we receive that money monthly?
Mhm.
Does it go into the jail account?
Yeah, that fund goes into, all of that is, yes, all the interest that we dedicated, all the funds, what is it, 13 million plus 15 million, whatever it is. I know we spent some this month, so it's less than what's on your sheet.
Yeah, it's 15,
All of that is
6 here,
dedicated to
so-
that. I've been crediting all that interest back into this fund. So the jail fund has been receiving all the interest from the money we've said we're putting in it. So that we wouldn't have to actually come up with as much, or there would be that for the modifications once we get done building the jail.
That interest will add up to quite a few dollars over the 20 months
Mhm.
construction of the jail.
Right.
Hopefully.
Yep.
Yeah, it should be over extra $500,000, probably getting close to 3/4. But anyway, this is a general idea. Start sometime in September, and
All right. And you have been in touch with Farnberg and everybody?
yeah, that's what I told Joe, was, hey, we need to get moving on this.
Right.
And he's like, oh yeah, it'd be a good idea, huh?
Yeah.
So that's when he brought it up last week.
Okay. Okay. Good deal.
Thanks, sir.
You betcha.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you, Wade. COF. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there more coming?
Nope, just a few.
Just you two, okay. And you'll have you signed in, so we, paper gets who is here.
I'm John Griffin, the CFO at COF Training. This is Rachel Newman, the COO.
Yes. Apologize.
COF.
You're fine. Go ahead. Budget presentations, what I have here, so.
We have about 240 clients at COF Training, and about 40 of those we serve residentially in Coffee County, in Burlington. We have 2 8-bed group homes in Burlington, and those are staffed 24 hours a day. And of course, we have our day service building. How many day clients we have there?
We have an additional 30 day clients and the ones that we serve residential.
So we have about 70 clients per day in residential. In total, with TCM, I mean, all three counties, 240 TCM clients, something like that. We're requesting $180,000 again, which is what we requested last year we have 3 clients in Coffee County that do not have any funding, so we get paid by Medicaid, which is through the state, and there's a waiting list of over 5,000 people in the state that do not have funding, so we use the county funds on those clients. So with those 3 clients, it's more or less $100,000 that we use to directly serve them. We also provide transportation services for everyone, and we use the additional dollars to subsidize that, and we provide nursing services. Do we have 2 or 3 RNs?
We have 2 RNs, and then we have nursing assistant staffs. We have 3 of those in Burlington. Their job is to call doctors, schedule appointments, and they're the primary appointment transport, so they have consistent knowledge of that person and their medical needs.
And all of that is an unfunded mandate. We have to provide those services, but there's not any funding from the state for it, so we use
But
that.
there's a demand, I mean, there's no funding from the state, but that's a demand that you have.
Yes.
Right, the state requires us to do it,
Right,
but they're not going to give us money.
And the transportation is something that in urban areas is not so much of a problem because there's public transportation and the individuals can pay for that and afford that. That's not something that we have in our rural areas, so that's something that we have to accommodate to. And that includes maintaining a fleet of vehicles that is safe for travel as well as the drivers and the driving time.
And what we have going on, in Ottawa, we have the thrift store, Thriftopia, which is doing well. We still accept donations here in Burlington for that, which is good. And we have those 2 8-bedroom group homes in Burlington, and there's another lot there that we just purchased.
There's 4 lots in between the 2 group homes, so we've purchased those 4 lots. We have an apartment. We have a very strong supported living community group here. It's about 26 individuals right now that live out in the community, but they're aging, and we want to be able to continue to serve them for the rest of their life. We have a wonderful apartment complex that's very accommodating to individuals as they age to be able to continue to meet their needs in an independent setting. So our goal is to build an apartment complex in those lots so that we can continue to serve them without having to move them to a 24-hour setting, which is more restrictive and more invasive.
Right. So we don't have a timeline on that yet, but we have purchased those lots. So over the next couple of years, we're going to be raising funds and hopefully get those built.
You're requesting 180 for this year.
Right.
How much was it last year, do you?
180.
180.
What we
I could look it up right quick, but
I don't have any questions. I just know my family benefits from your services, and I think it's well needed, well appreciated, well appreciated, very much so.
We couldn't do it without your funds, so thank you very much.
You say Thriftopia is part of your organization, is that right?
So we created Thriftopia and own and operate it, and the intent behind creating it was to increase employment opportunities for individuals we serve. So we currently employ 6 individuals in our services at that thrift store.
It's been 7 years since we opened that store, and we had tried doing it in Burlington a little bit, but it wasn't working in both locations. But the last few years, we're going to focus on the store in Ottawa and get it running smoothly. So it is actually running very smoothly now. So we're going to hopefully keep that momentum going. And we do hope we can do something in Burlington somewhere else. so.
Yeah, we currently have access to some grant dollars. I don't know if it's something you're interested in, but we are looking at transitioning. So at our workshop setting, we do 14C, which is piece rate, and that is something that the federal government is trying to take out of options. So we won't be able to employ individuals in that manner anymore, potentially, which everyone has strong opinions about. For us, we know these individuals integrally, and for some of them, this is their only employment option. But we do have a group of individuals that could be employed elsewhere. Sometimes it's hard to get people willing to take that risk. We have some wonderful community here that has employed our individuals, but we need more employment opportunities. So we're looking and exploring needs that could be met in Burlington, that we could potentially create a business to employ the individuals and meet a community need. So we're just in the exploration process at this point, but that's something we're looking at in the future as well.
And you said the federal government's opting out of that because it was funded by them?
Yeah, so 14C is an exception to the federal labor, and it allows us to pay the individual per production. So if a neurotypical or non-disabled person created 40 widgets an hour, then you divide the hourly rate by widget, and they get paid at that. For a lot of people who are strong disability advocates, they say they compare it to slavery or prison-like work. It's certainly not that, but there's a lot of pressure for the federal government to remove it. There's been bills introduced for the past many years to exclude that. 13 states have gotten rid of it completely. Kansas is one of the employment first states, which the intent was to remove 14C. So that looks like it's coming on the horizon, and so we're trying to make sure that the individuals we serve have a fulfilled life and have the value that employment provides post 14C.
Yeah, I don't know where the slavery would come in, because I would think that it would give those folks a sense of worth, being able to do something and
Very
be part
much so.
part of the staff, part of the force.
Yes, and so many of them even make above minimum wage or above the rate because they're so good at the work. The things they don't like is that it's segregatory. It's only individuals with disabilities that can do this work. So it's all individuals with disabilities working together. Their perspective is that individuals with disabilities should be in the workforce. That is ours too. But we also have to face the reality that some of them cannot compete with capitalist markets that exist out there. So it's a give and take. But we're working our best to accommodate to the powers that be.
Well, when you're getting paid per item, it helps with some motivation to improve our skills and everything, rather than just, all I've got to do is show up.
And we have one girl who loves work in the workshop setting, and she's had 6 community jobs, hated all of them. She says, this is my dream job. I get to hang out with my friends. I can work when I want to. I can relax when I want to. And it provides the environment that she loves. She actually went to the Capitol with me and stood up and talked to our legislators about that. But we'll just have to take it as it comes.
Right.
Thank you for your efforts.
Yes, appreciate it very much.
I see the residents all the time. I live nearby there. I enjoy visiting with some of them when they walk by.
Love that.
I know several of them, so it's a wonderful deal you do.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Thank you,
everything
guys.
you do and continue success.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day, guys.
You
You too.
We're a little ahead of schedule, Skipper. I got them mixed around, I'm sorry. Go ahead, yeah, if you're ready, we're ready. I think.
Sir, good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
It is a letter I received from the state a few months ago. This is regarding a sign that we have on I-35. One of the billboards. Coffee County owns 5 billboards, or has 5 billboards, owns 4 of them. One of them, that one at the interstate, right there at Vito, we lease completely. But the sign itself is faded. And I should have printed that in color so you can see it better, but everybody's seen that sign, it
Yeah.
looks bad.
Yeah.
We did an audit of the signs a few months ago, well, actually close to about a year ago. But the only other sign that's in pretty bad shape is right there at the airport. Starting to fade. Started getting pricing a few months ago, about the time we received this letter on the refacing, and the pricing came in about twice what it was per Ronda last time these things were done. And that was done about 6 years ago. We shopped the price, so I mean, we called everybody even way outside our network, trying to get cheaper prices, but this is the best that we could come up with. And again, it's about twice what it was about 6 years ago. These signs are covered with essentially a big canvas, a vinyl canvas.
That's what I was gonna ask you, if they were they look like some type of vinyl, but
Yes, sir. I even tried to find some people who could paint, and that was even more than doing the vinyl.
Yeah.
So these are the two quotes, Bobby?
Yes, sir.
The 75 and the 8,000.
Yes, sir.
So these two that you have here are the one near the airport?
One near there.
And the one north on the interstate, but what we call east of
Yes, sir.
Leo there. So what about the one on the West County line? Isn't it pretty much in need of
The one in
overhaul?
Levo?
Yeah, yeah. Or is it quite a bit better?
I think it's a good bit better than these two.
Okay.
I think we could let it go probably. Even that one, seeming like the one at the airport, we could probably let go, but get to the point where you gotta do something to it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the one at the airport is pretty,
Not very good.
it's not very good.
Yeah.
Recently, just within this past year, started having people call and complain. I mean, they're not complaining, they're just saying,
Concern.
hey, yeah, they
Making you
look
aware
bad.
that something's wrong.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Hadn't had that before this year.
Right, right.
And we do own we own four, at least one. So you contemplating like dropping the lease on the one?
That is something that's up to the commission. I have no recommendation on that.
Which one is it?
That's that one at BDO, just east of BDO.
That's the one we're leasing.
Yes, sir.
What's it cost on a lease per year?
That one was, if I'm not mistaken, it was $1,800 for 2 years.
Wonder what these cost, they've got two, they got new ones set here south of Burlington, they got another one set north. Wonder what those cost to lease?
A lot more, I'm imagining.
I would say so too, but
Yeah.
The only recommendation I would make to your argument, Mr. Tom, is, or Mr. Wade, is what Mr. Don just brought up. You have a valuable situation. I don't know what you could do with them other than if you left it to the private market, it would cost a lot more to own them
Right.
or use them.
well, they're $1,800 for 2 years. Plus looks like $7,000 to $8,000 for the vinyl, that's $9,000 a year. But it's hard to judge the value of keeping your name in front of everybody.
Right. That's
I mean, you don't, it's kinda hard to judge that value.
Yes, sir.
And for what Coffee County is going for us, appears to be going for us on top of what we already have, it's probably money well spent.
I'd be in favor of doing both of those.
I would do. How long have the two signs been up that we're talking about now?
Those about 6 years.
So 6 years, and so this is the first time that it had to be redone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of going ahead and getting it done.
So you got more than one bid, I assume?
Yes, sir. There's a lot of companies that would not even put a price on it because of different conditions. One of them, like that, the Osage County sign, they don't want to get down, their trucks don't want to get down in the bottom there. It's in a little swampy area.
Are the structures of both of them still solid?
Sir?
Is the structures of both of them still solid?
They were a year ago. I went physically and looked at all of them, physically.
Okay.
Well, we need two motions on this, Bobby.
Yes, sir.
I'd be wanting to keep the current logo that we have.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right now, that's kind of what everything that we've got identifies with. That would be my thought.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I see no reason in changing the logo unless somebody else has a. It is a good logo.
Ms. Donna, I don't even know if you need a motion. Wade, do you know if we need a motion for this?
I'm sorry, what is it?
It's an expenditure out of economic development for $18,000 to reface signs. We've got,
That's two separate ones.
Individually, they're both 10, but put them together,
Right.
are,
I mean, somebody one here probably wouldn't hurt to have
Yeah.
a motion real quick.
It's one company, so I would assume we could do it in one motion. Right, assume.
Yeah, that's right, since it's the same company, it'd probably
Yeah.
be better to.
They priced it per sign, I guess, so that.
I would so move on it, Mr. Vice Chairman, to purchase two signs with Luminous Neon LLC out of Hutchinson, Kansas, for the sign at the Coffee County Airport and the one at East Vito.
What do you think, Andy, the total
For a
price?
total, for a total purchase price, $15,610. That's correct.
Of how much did you say?
$15,610.
Funds to come from economic development? And is it capital outlay?
yes, ma'am.
Do you have a copy to sign? These copies are filler, or
I've got an original.
So maybe the motion to approve Mr. Skipper to sign
yeah,
the documents related to as well.
yeah.
Authorize and direct the
What's our timeline on getting them put up?
The emphasis I expressed to this company was to get that one out by the interstate done first, as fast as possible. Not only is it the worst looking, it's the one KDOT that's telling us they're gonna pull our license over. And then, so maybe 2 months before they get out there, depending on weather.
And you'll notify KDOT that this progress, it's in progress.
The next minute that you approve this, I'm gonna send off an email telling them that the commissioners have taken action.
And that should satisfy anything from them.
We would think so.
Yeah. I would second that motion that Don made.
Meeses moved to authorize and direct the Economic Development Director to sign and authorize the purchase of two signs with Luminous Neon Incorporated at Hutchinson, Kansas for the sign at Coffee County Airport and one each of Vito for a total purchase price of $15,610. Funds to come from Economic Development Capital Outlay. McCurry seconded the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank y'all.
Sir, are you with Pleasant Hill?
Yeah.
Are you waiting for Rhonda?
No, I was waiting to meet with you guys.
Is Rhonda coming in? Is Rhonda coming in, because her name's on the, deal, not that you can't speak, I just was curious.
Who?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
It's Roger Gilbert, not Rhonda.
Yeah, just Roger.
Sorry.
I was like, do I have a different agenda?
My apologies.
We pretty much associate the word Gilbert with Rhonda.
I do. I just seen Gilbert and thought Rhonda, so.
But it's Roger this time, Tom.
Okay. My apologies, sir.
There's more of us out there too.
Is that good news or bad news? Okay. Well, sir, I guess you're up next.
All right.
And I apologize for that. But yeah, I seen Gilbert, it's like, oh, Rhonda.
Oh, Roger, how you doing?
All right. I guess you know why I'm here.
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Well, our letter here says Pleasant Hill Cemetery Board President Roger Gilbert, budget request, so we expect you're requesting some funds.
Yeah, for stones that's fallen over, broken down. It's in one of those, I think.
It is.
Probably wrong this time.
Where's Pleasant Hill?
10th and Shetland,
Okay.
mile west. I took that cemetery over 10, 12 years ago, and just keeps getting worse. And most people, well, there's no family left,
Uh-huh.
so they're not gonna refix it.
Right, right.
It's probably one of the worst cemeteries, worst looking cemeteries around.
For that reason.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just walked it this morning, and I know there's 135 of them at least.
Wow.
That need attention. And some of them's crumbled and some of them's leaning a little.
Right. And I apologize, I read the request, but it was for the, what was the amount, Roger? 30,000. That's what I thought it was. But I'm sorry, I forget the exact scope of the work you're requesting.
Rebuilding headstones, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe not rebuilding, but
Straighten
them up.
Okay.
And you said that some of them are crumbling.
Yeah.
And they would be replaced, is that?
Well, what this guy's talking, it's them little ones, it's about so tall and about so wide, the white ones, they fell over. He talked like they lay them down and run cement around them.
Oh, okay.
At least the stone's still there, but it's not standing.
Okay.
I see.
I'm not sure we want to replace them with new stones, that would be.
No.
I think that's something we need to stay away from, probably, Roger.
As old as they are, I mean, and there's no family left, it's just,
Yeah.
something needs to be done.
Just respect.
All right. And I know 30,000's a lot. The company I got to do it, or he said he will, he's $175 an hour.
And that's for one person, probably plus a piece of equipment.
Yeah.
Did you look at several entities, or, I mean, is this the only one that you found?
No, I've tried.
You've
Of course,
tried?
they're all owned by the same company anymore. And I've been dealing with them for at least over 6 months, and they won't return my call, and I call them, and they'll call tomorrow. And
Is there still a monument business at Levo?
Mhm.
yeah, that's the one I've been.
That's,
Yeah. And he came down and looked at it, and that was back in probably December. And we walked around, looked at it, and he was supposed to take pictures and write me an estimate and send it to me, but
So you have a written estimate from this company?
no, it's all on the phone.
Can they produce one with some insurance?
Yeah, I suppose it would. I mean, I'm sure it would.
We would need that, wouldn't we? I mean, we'd need
Yeah,
some kind
it's
of,
over, I know Wade's looking at me and I'm thinking, I'm on the same line as Katie that, I don't know how to approach this because it's over a certain amount, it has to be bonded and insured if it goes through Coffee County, but if it goes through you, I don't know if that's a separation deal legally or not.
You wanna make sure not that somebody would, but they don't take your money and run.
Well, yeah.
And that, so to have a verbal agreement, that doesn't carry a whole lot of weight. You want something in writing, signatures signed, and, you know, they're
Per hour, I assume it's gonna be after he does the work, so we know what the hours are.
So some want it all up front, so you give me the 30 grand. I don't know, because I don't know what your agreement is.
Well,
But if they put it in writing, then it makes it a whole lot easier.
right.
It's 171 hours, so it's 22 8-hour days, so probably end up being a month plus.
Yeah.
so we just need some type of contract with numbers and everything.
Yeah.
Well, you need a contract. You can bring it in here, and similar to if somebody from Waverly wants to have the roof, assistance with the roof on whatever it may be, then you have something that you can show them where that money goes, and then the agreement between you and whoever that is.
Right.
Yeah, we've helped several people, and we're not opposed to doing this, but I would agree with Mr. Bowie that, I mean, if you get some sort of contract and some sort of paper form, we can, I'm sure we'll be more than willing to help the cemetery out, because after this weekend, I got another cemetery board I'd like to hit up and get some stuff done too, so I understand your want, your need, so.
You know, we've done quite a bit of work with some cemeteries,
That's why I couldn't remember which
but
one.
we
that
haven't
was.
had anything, I don't think we've done anything above $5,000.
Well, I don't know if he's
And I'm not
gonna do
saying,
this.
I'm not saying we refuse to do this,
Right.
but this is a lot larger than what we've done before. What we've done before is spread rock through the driveway, so, you know, they can get through mud. We put a white fence up on Low, east of Leroy, and I think it was in that 5 range, or 4,000 range, so,
Talking to this guy and, up at Lebo, I don't think they're gonna do it in 1 year.
I see.
Cause like down there, he's talking like coming up with maybe 4 or 5 hours a day till it gets hot in the afternoon. Then towards fall, they might put an 8-hour day in.
Okay. So, you know, like I said, whether we pay as you go or, I mean, I guess that's part of your,
we definitely pay.
you guys doing it, but. Sounds like it needs done.
Yeah, it needs
It
done.
hasn't had much, just my memory drive by it, probably hadn't had much done
No,
forever, probably.
no.
It sounds like, since says we're willing to help, but if we see something on paper, and that way it helps protect you and
Right.
cemetery board.
Okay.
Very
I
good.
would not know of any other entities other than one in Lebo that you called. Others,
There's some up in Kansas City, but they're not gonna come down
yeah,
in that area.
correct.
Ivan's got a monument business, and then in Iowa, there's a monument business in Iowa, but they're probably all tied
They
up.
are. They own 5 of them now. At least 5. So you talk to one, you're talking to them all, and
Yeah, we got Joneses here, I don't know, whether they'd have the manpower to do it or not.
Have you talked to Lane up there? Maybe he'd have another avenue for you.
no, I haven't.
It's just a thought,
Right.
just a thought.
Yeah.
He might He might have another avenue to lean on.
Right.
But yeah,
Is
something
this,
writing.
is this big enough where it's gotta be bonded?
I mean, if I understand what's happening, they're doing it through the cemetery board, so whatever their agreement is, I think it's outside the scope. of
Outside our scope?
What's happening here, you're providing
Finances.
community
Yeah.
improvement funds, is what it sounds like. So if it's through the county, then it would be something different, in my opinion.
I agree.
Okay.
Right.
That work, Mr. Gilbert?
Okay.
Roger.
Roger.
Thanks, Roger.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You might not have been here, I was sitting here waiting on Ron to Gilbert.
Now, he wasn't here
I guess Dawn and Mr. Johnson is here, so.
Tom, I'm the one that asked for you to come out. You've got three different employees that you're making some step moves on. I didn't have any problem with the first two, but we decided to set tight till you came up. The third one has got an eight-step improvement on Darrell Corner, but there wasn't any exclamation on his eight-step move. Is he qualified in more training, or?
Are we talking about this in open session? I'm asking a question here.
Yeah, I'll have to go to wait on that.
I guess it depends on, you're wanting to it would potentially qualify as executive session, non-elected personnel to discuss promotion. I don't know.
I mean, I have no problem discussing this. I mean, he's a supervisor that wasn't given any raises whatsoever when he was promoted. That's my fault. And I just realized that he didn't, and so I'm putting him up where the rest of my supervisors are at. But I wasn't aware that we could discuss this in that open meeting. But since you've already mentioned names, Don, I guess it doesn't make a big difference.
Well, I guess that could be partially my fault because I wasn't thinking much about that as it's, we're gonna approve it and make a motion to approve it, so. I guess
I'm the one who brought it up, so it is your fault.
well, again, I just go back to it was a motion going to be made in open session, so.
Yeah, to where we
Didn't know.
ask questions about that, I guess, but yeah, we need to be.
So, but you explained yourself, it sounds like, so.
That's what it is.
Just moving him up where his other employees are then, more or less.
Yes, sir.
Well, my experience has been and always will be probably, it's an elected official's decision and I don't much question it, so.
Yeah.
Everybody content?
Yep. Yeah.
Do you want to go into executive session for any particular reason?
Not now, sir.
Mr. Bowie, do you need to weigh in or are you comfortable?
I hadn't looked at the motion, catching up to speed. I think it appears to have been explained.
Correct. I concur. So we'll finish out the miscellaneous motions from previous this morning. Move to authorize and direct the Vice Chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Cameron Hahn, Sheriff's Office, deputy step change, promotion wage classification 40-2 to 40-3, from 22/16 to 22/57, effective 6/16/2024.
That's a move.
Thompson's moved.
I'll second.
Curry is seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion number 2, move to authorize the direct vice chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Jim Cole, Jail Corrections 1. Step change promotion wage classification from 30-3 to 30-5, from $19.87 to $20.61, effective 6/16/2024.
Okay, I'll say that, I'm sorry.
Didn't catch it.
McCurry.
McCurry moved,
Yeah.
Beal seconded. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Move to authorize and direct the vice chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Darrell Foreigner, Jail Corrections 2, step change promotion wage classification from 35.6 to 35.14, wage from 22.23 to 24.84, effective 6/16/2024.
I'll move.
Thompson's moved. Meek seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thanks for coming up.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody need an 8-minute break? We got a 10-minute break, ambulance at 10 o'clock, that'll be okay. Break till 10:02. Amber is next up on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Start out with, on June 26th, between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m., the Kansas National Guard will be conducting a training workshop at the Joint Services Building, which is at Old Highway 50 and 75. This workshop will test if the National Guard can establish and sustain continuity of operations at alternate locations. Residents can expect to see the National Guard vehicles and personnel at the Joint Services Building, the JSB. There's no cause for concern, it's just a training exercise. Just wanted to put that out if anybody saw National Guard up there and wondered what was going on. We'll also put information out on our social media about it. Today I asked for a little extra time because we're going to discuss radio business. First up, I need to discuss a purchase with you. We have a need for enhanced data. I have a proposal right here. I will pass it around. It's kind of techy. It's a proposal from Motorola that the radio committee has reviewed and approved for adding what is called enhanced data to KDOT's radio tower in Waverly. When we purchased our new radios, we now have the function and capability on each radio for it to be GPS tracked. Dispatch and the Highway Department currently use this, and they can see a live map of all the radios with this technology. We use a program Dispatch already utilizes called Spillman to do this, but it does require all the towers to have enhanced data capability. Our tower that is currently behind the courthouse has enhanced data, but the state-owned tower in Waverly does not. And KDOT, for whatever reason, will not add it for us. We tried to partner with neighbor counties for several towers to have enhanced data, but that kind of fell through. So we decided to focus our efforts on the tower in our county that best benefits us. Enhanced data will allow us to track radios, see the paths and routes of equipment, find lost radios, and have a detailed view of our radio resources and locations. During inclement weather and emergency situations, we can see and track responders. This is this can enhance our safety of our responders out in the field. It also allows for SCADA, SCADA, geofencing, and telemetry and biometrics over our current Astro 25 radio system. The enhanced data provides 12 times the capacity of a standard data channel, and by avoiding the use of broadband data carriers, we avoid carrier charges and coverage limits. Enhanced data currently works great on our Burlington Tower out back. Like I said, once you go north, we lose that capability. Originally, the Highway Department looked at purchasing some software the same as Lyon County to track their trucks and equipment, but it costs over $250,000. So by using the Spillman system that Dispatch already has, we are saving $210,000. This could put We are basically paying for a license and a tech to go turn on this service on the Waverly Tower and then the main core switch in Wichita. So one-time cost of $40,000. Once it's switched on, we are good to go. This will also allow Franklin, Osage, and Anderson counties to use enhanced data when they hit the towers in their counties, but I believe only Franklin and Osage currently have the capability to do so. I have enough in my radio budget to pay for this in full. I have a motion right here. Since this is a single source bid, we only have Motorola to turn this on the state system. I don't need to go out for bids. I have a motion right here. So this is enhanced data service to the Waverly Tower, which is state-owned, but they are allowing Motorola to turn this on for us.
So, does this type of system it uses like a repeater or something in that tower does?
What does it use?
We use
Experts, coming up.
I'm Scott Farmer.
Yes, sir.
Martin and I are the techie guys, I guess. So how the enhanced data functions is it will receive a data burst from the handheld radios, and the enhanced data then, and that's over the existing state radio system. So we would, the enhanced data, we wouldn't have to we just need to buy the license. We don't have to buy any equipment for the Waverly Tower.
And I guess maybe I'm not coming about the question at the right angle. So, if they replace their equipment, the state owns this equipment at the tower.
Yes.
Are we gonna have to pay this again, or is this gonna be a one-time fee that regardless what equipment they have in place?
That tower will have that license for that enhanced data.
Okay, wasn't asking it maybe the right direction, but I just was.
And this tower at Burlington covers Burlington and the south part, right?
Yes.
And then the one at Waverly would cover the northern part, which would include Lebo and.
Yes. So a real world scenario where the enhanced data was recently used and it really helped us, even though it was poor signal coverage, every now and then we would get good enough signal where we could get the GPS data on the manhunt down in Leroy. And as a drone team pilot, I was then able to fly my drone over the top of the dog handlers because I could see where they were in trees that were, you just couldn't see through the foliage. So we could find them a lot easier.
There's no annual rent on this at all?
No, this is a one-time fee on this license.
100% hours and.
Yeah.
Is there can't think what I want to say, equipment of repair on this for, you purchase an equipment of repair in case it goes down?
It's a state tower, so if it goes down, they have to fix it.
Okay, even though we own it, they have to fix it.
We don't own the tower.
This is just,
Okay,
It's KDOT's tower.
because
Just
it's
a-
on their tower.
This
It's
is
their
just,
responsibility.
Yeah, right. But this is just for the license and that's it. And it's a one-time fee and that's it.
so it's pretty much 40,000 for them to go flip the switch or whatever to program it where you have that capability.
Yes.
yeah.
Amber, is this the, department we created in the general fund?
No, this is under my budget, under the radio budget.
Okay, so it's under emergency management. So it'd be general fund, emergency management,
Yep.
radio, equipment line item or whatever.
Yes, it's, whatever I put on it, I gave you all mine.
It says radio maintenance fund, and
Yes.
that's not, it would be general fund, emergency management. Radio, hold on, let me look it up here.
There's 3 of them for radios.
Yeah.
Since this was a license, I put it where we pay all of our other Motorola licenses out.
So Ben, you have like a team there, does anybody else want to weigh in or say anything? I mean, I pretty much understand, I think.
Very helpful, I assume, right, Tom?
Unbelievably helpful,
Yeah.
sir. We have to have it.
Okay.
It's one of those, it's that important. We have to have this.
Life has been difficult without it.
Sir, when I'm telling you, we're gonna use this dilemma that Scott brought up.
Yeah, that's the
On this
one.
manhunt down there,
Radio maintenance.
I was assigned to set up perimeters when we got there. Every person that I have there is on a screen, and I can see where everybody's at, where we move them. You know, the days of us having a, of a whiteboard up, and we're trying to, you've got your maps, you've got your streets, you've got everything. Made it so much more simple to have this system, and you know who's coming in, who's going. The dog handlers, as Scott said, you're tracking them through the brush, which you could never do before because of that portal. Technology today is unbelievable, but this is something that dispatch needs to have. We've had car chases coming through the county, and you can tell somebody, hey, you're getting ready to come up to a T intersection. Pay attention to what you're doing. It's needed. Period.
Okay. Would there be need at some point for something in the southern part of the county then?
As long as this tower here is doing us fine, then we're not gonna have that issue. Now, when we get these other towers built, if and when that time comes, we'll just have to see. Signals, as you well know, you've been talked about this, in the past. The signals in the south are so poor, I couldn't get out on a radio during this manhunt, and we've got a guy in the brush about 100 yards away from me. I mean, towers have got to be worked on at some point, but right now the south tower is covering a lot of it. When we get in areas, it just goes blank like everything else.
Yeah, and we're gonna discuss towers after this.
This would strictly be the Waverly
Yeah, this is only gonna deal with the Waverly area. The Waverly-Lebo area is
Yeah.
what this license is gonna take care of.
Up north. Now, when we get new towers, if we do get new towers, those will have enhanced data on them.
already as part of
Do
the
the
purchase.
same license.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
It
No.
will be different.
it's each tower.
I think it'll be each
Yeah,
tower
but
will
it'll-
have.
And there'll be a
built
license
into
for
this.
each tower.
Yeah, it'll just be, the
At
license will
one
be
time.
part of the buy-in.
So does this tower have the strength capability to pretty well cover the Lebo area then?
They're saying yes.
Some are shaking their head.
Let me correct that. So this tower is a pre-existing tower for the Waverly area.
Mhm.
The Waverly Tower, when you get over to Lebo, its signal, depending on the weather, does drop off drastically. Like right now, there's trees that are full of water and they have leaves, and those leaves block the signal because radio waves don't go through water very well.
Okay.
So your question, does the Waverly Tower help Lebo? It does a little bit, but it's not good enough. And I have a feeling that the second part of what we're going to bring up about the new towers, we're going to cover that a lot more. But this license is strictly for the Waverly Tower. It's a indefinite license for as long as we have that tower. So
My question is not a question whether this is needed or not.
Okay.
I'm trying to ascertain what else is needed to have good capability through the county.
Three
I'm not,
Three towers.
I'm not arguing.
Yeah.
with this.
No, I'm not.
I want you to understand that.
We would need 3 towers. We need one in the Lebo area, Ridley area, and Leroy area is what we need to fix the true radio issues.
To get good signal. Okay,
Yes.
that answers my question.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I'm not questioning this. I just want to know what it'll bring to us, that's all.
No, I have no idea about this type of stuff, but, you know, you mentioned the leaves on the tree, if they got water in them, the waves, airwaves, or whatever it is, it reduces it, but our towers are way above the trees.
But I'm not. I'm under the tree. That's the problem.
It's on the other end of the signal.
So where the problem is like when I'm standing inside a house, when I'm standing underneath the trees and stuff like that, that's what blocks it. In a perfect world, if I was living out in Gunland, Kansas, where I could see that coyote for many, many miles,
Not a problem.
not a problem. But when you start getting up in here with the terrain and the structures and stuff like that, they block it.
It's because you're under the trees, under the water.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But this system will still be able to track that radio.
Yes.
Right, Levo, Waverly,
Yeah.
in the northern part.
Body Lebo, definitely Waverly.
Right,
Body Lebo. Okay, so, I have that, oh, go ahead.
Reading life cycle management services. She said it's a lifetime, one time.
One time.
Okay. I just see a lot of blanks and years of service.
Yeah, I don't think that pertains to that.
Okay.
And we have representatives here from Motorola and from CFM Com. This is a one-time purchase, right?
Yeah, the actual license itself is, and then you have existing and the next discussion. I mean, what you're looking at is service maintenance and software upgrades agreement that would continue to be able to take care of not only the equipment, but services like this. But to answer your specific question, it is one-time for the license, and we'll utilize that. I think you're hearing the need of it right now, of why they had to turn on Waverly before even addressing the much larger project and waiting for the other 3 towers to potentially be built and having enhanced data on those 3 towers, which could take 18 months to 2 years. It really sounds like the need in northern African counties today on Waverly is why they're asking for this thing.
Yeah. And in that fund, the 567 radio maintenance, I currently have $141,000. So we're good to go there.
Still leaves 100,000.
You're good?
Right, and I have a few contracts that will be coming out for Motorola throughout the year. Dawn and Dispatch and I have several contracts, but we have plenty in there for it.
Move the motion upon recommendation of Coffee County and Radio Committee to waive purchasing policy as competitive bidding for good cause, said cause being vendor as a single source supplier, and approve the quote from Motorola Solutions to purchase enhanced data for Waverly Tower at a one-time cost of $40,835.20. Funds come from the general fund, emergency management department, radio maintenance line item.
Hold on one second. Okay, as I'm looking at this, you've got another radio system in department, which has the 5277 in it.
Radio Systems Improvement Department. I don't know if you have that one.
It's separate from emergency management.
Oh, that's in the capital improvement, I believe. That's for
Capital improvements for the radio system. Yeah, there's towers and radio systems for capital improvement, but then there's also a department I need in the general fund. I thought you wanted something separate for radio system improvement.
I have radio maintenance, radio supplies, and radio equipment.
Okay, that's the radio system improvements department, so we need to reword that.
Oh, okay. Those are what you told me to go. the radio maintenance, radio supplies, and radio equipment. So the last one is for actual radios.
I just wanna make sure we have the right thing is all.
I don't need too many accounts going on here.
And then you want it under general radio maintenance?
Yeah.
Okay, now we got it.
We
Sorry
got
about
her.
that.
Sorry.
I'd make that motion.
I'll second that.
Frady's moved as amended. Thompson seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, so as you know, we've been working with Motorola on the proposal for new towers. We finally have that proposal and the quotes that we have reviewed with the radio committee. Scott Martin and I had a meeting with Wade over what steps to take next. You have before you a presentation with all the facts regarding adding 3 towers. You preliminarily set back funds for this in the capital improvement plan. And all of that is in this presentation. So I will hand it off to Martin and Scott to come up and present the quote and the proposal.
You want to talk about it, Scott? Sure. So I'm going to just start covering up on page 1 here of our proposal that was handed out to you guys. Why do we need these towers? We need radio signal for all of the communities in our county. We all think that's important, that every community has the ability to have good first responder and also county infrastructure, highway department, radio communications. We shouldn't just focus on one community. We should focus on the whole county. Currently, in the towns of Lebo, Leroy, Gridley, and Jacobs Creek, especially at their fire stations, there is no signal. You go within some of the houses down there, like the schools, and things like that, your signal coverage is drastically reduced. There's been multiple times that I've been on calls, whether it's a fire call, EMS call, or a law enforcement action call, where I have to leave the house to go talk to my dispatch. There's even been times in Gridley where Gridley and Lebo, where I couldn't even get out on my radio outside. So this becomes an issue. Currently right now in those towns, our volunteer fire department respond to fire calls via listening to the radios, and they get a page, an alert tone page. So my dispatch will send out a tone over the radio frequencies to the fire departments, and then that alert tone goes off, and that's how the firefighters know to respond to the fires. We have had multiple missed fire alert tones because of poor signal throughout the county. Recently I mentioned the manhunt down in Leroy. I talked about how the GPS mapping was a bonus, but the problem that we had during this time was because of the weak signal down there. If I turned ever so slightly with my mobile computer or my radio, I would lose that connection with the tower because the signal's coming from Burlington down there. In the southeast corner, sir, there's not a tower in Allen County. Anderson County is in the current process of building one over by Garnett, and Woodson County Tower is down at Buffalo. So your community is really hurting down there, okay? So during that manhunt, we were struggling with sometimes getting a good GPS location while we had teams officers out there actively hunting a human being. We have had recent conversation with our EMS director about their ambulances trying to give pre-arrival instructions to the ambulance crews in Lebo, and because of the radio signals being choppy and not working, they're not getting the instructions that they need. We've also recently have started working with Wolf Creek. Next year, Sheriff, if I'm correct, we have a emergency action base with law enforcement there at Wolf Creek. If you can imagine us bringing in all the first responders for Wolf Creek, we're going to fill up towers. We're going to need, each one of these radios takes a slot on that tower, and we start filling them up real quick. Especially when you're talking about the sheer volume of first responders. She spoke earlier about the National Guard coming in. National Guard uses our radio systems. Wolf Creek has an opportunity to use our radio systems. Fire, EMS, and we start bringing all those first responders in here, we'll overload the system. The additional towers will help out with the Hartford and Yates Center reception centers, because currently right now we don't have signal in Yates Center. The Leroy Tower would get down to Yates Center, albeit weak. And I don't think it's the commissioner's responsibility to build a tower in Woodson County, but we could feed a signal down that way to help us. We'd be able to use those reception centers a little better. It's the same thing with the Hartford School. Lyon County's on the existing 800 system, but there's the way the terrain of the land falls with the Neosho River, us putting a tower in Lebo actually feeds in better than their towers coming out of Opie and the Westar generation station just north of I-35.
That was going to be my question. I was just looking at the map here. You've got, obviously you've got this existing tower in Waverly, so you can't move that.
Yeah, and that's state owned.
But the Lebo Tower being up here right against the North County line, does it have to be at the city of Lebo, or would that service this pocket in here?
So the problem that you have looking at your map, sir, is the Neosho River, and everything just starts dropping down. So
elevation drops.
So elevation drops are what are really affecting you up there.
Answers my question.
So,
thank you.
Another good reason why we should look at these towers, let's go back up north. There's been a lot of talk about these CHIPS plants and everything. Currently at Beto Junction, we do get some signal. If you guys want to look at the current cover, I could cover this up for you, I guess. The current coverage map is this right here. This is what represents 95% of the time that I push my radio button, I will get a radio call out, 95% of the time. My proposal, or our proposal, this is what 95% HIP coverage would look like, okay? And so if you look at this map, you can start seeing up where Beto Junction is, there is some holes in there. So it would also improve on those CHIPS plants. You also have to be thinking that this is outdoor HIP coverage. This is not inside a structure coverage. So that's what we're shooting for. It's 95% outdoor coverage. So the CHIPS plants would be a concern for radio coverage up there. National Guard, again, like I said, they use the system. They actually did a study around the Wolf Creek area where they're supposed to be setting up barricades and blocking roads, and they came back with a report that it's poor coverage, and this would improve that. Let's see, the Highway Department currently is using the system, and they really want to use that enhanced data. These new towers would have that enhanced data as part of the package, and so then it would give them that ability where they can keep an eye on their guys, like Adam and Ryan could be keeping eyes on their guys during the winter times when they're out snow plowing. And if they're seeing that a truck's not moving, they can then go, hey, what's wrong? You know, did that guy slide off in a ditch and not you know, not able to call out and say, hey, I'm in a ditch, but they can also see where they're at. Or if they're getting a call of bad roads or something during the winter times, they can say, hey, coming up, we've got a lot of calls about this next half mile. So they can use the system a lot more efficiently. And again, I talked about this 95% at the hip coverage. Motorola, before they turn this tower over to us, will guarantee that they will get that 95% or higher. The 95% and how they do that, they'll take this entire county and divide it up into half-mile squares, grid sections, and we will go test that from the roadsides. We're not going to go onto somebody's private land and test it, but from the roads, we will then go around and test each one of those squares to make sure 95% of the time that we keep that radio, it's going to go to dispatch where we can get that help.
Mr. Farmer?
Yes.
And I think this is a very valued conversation, very good presentation, but in order to respect time for the next, I've got to, I'm not trying to cut you short.
No,
I want
I
to hear
get it.
everything you want to say, and I know if you want a motion today to proceed ahead, but I don't know if Mr. Knight needs to be I don't know how much more time you need. I mean, if we're going to go another 20, 30 minutes, then I need to stop you.
It would probably be about another 10 minutes.
Okay, all right.
You know, you talked about Leroy quite a bit. We got a tall tower right there at the east edge of Leroy.
Yes, sir.
Is there any way a tower like that could fit into this project?
So, using existing structures, we've looked into that. It's cost inhibitive. It is cheaper to build your own tower and we rent space on our tower to people that want to use that. That's one of the biggest things. I've covered this map. Martin, you want to cover a cost? Yeah, I think on page 3, Motorola's kind of broke down what the cost is, and this cost is only good until July 18th. And after that, there's some new equipment that's coming out in August, and these prices, and when I say new equipment coming out, basically if you're thinking of meat and potatoes, it's the meat that's going to be new. And that's coming out in August, and it's a huge cost. If we don't do this sooner or by July 18th, the cost is going to be anywhere between $500,000 and probably $1.5 million more than, you know, doing it right now.
So does this cost include the updates? Is that
It
correct?
includes the cost of the new equipment that's coming out in August.
Okay.
And so that's what this cost is. But after that, when they start setting the pricing and start selling that cost is going to go up. And I think, Connor, you could probably talk a little bit about as far as, you know, am I too far off as far as saying, you know, $500,000 to $1.5 million higher sometime in August?
You know, Brian Flynn, Motorola, you're spot on. And so this proposal was provided back in April, and the pricing itself was actually good through June, middle of June last week. But knowing that the radio committee was going through different sites, existing towers, trying to understand different heights of the towers to get the best quote-unquote bang for the buck, and having it be just the 3 additional towers, not 4 or 5 more, we understand it took a little longer to get it to your desk. And so that's where we've internally, knowing that we're going to announce nationally in August some newer platform migrations of equipment, that's where internally I've been able to go back and say, hey, if they continue to have these meetings and look and move, quote unquote, quickly on this per se, we would include that existing new equipment in this cost versus updating it 30 or 60 days from now, and that's where you would see that increase.
And that was my question, yes. Thank you.
So right now, they're looking at $5,839,810 for the 3 new sites. And so that would put a site around Lebo, a site around Gridley, a site around Leroy.
And it says 4 sites. Does that mean?
The 4th site is the upgrade here,
Okay.
It's gonna take us, and make it to where all the sites are compatible, the same type of site.
So, Martin, what are you looking for today? I mean, are you looking for a decision today, or?
I would love to have a decision as far as saying, yes, we would like to move forward with getting 3 new sites for Coffee County.
The bottom half of that page, Motorola post-warranty coverage, estimated start time 2026. What are we talking? What's that mean?
So the state of Kansas requires after you build tower sites that you maintain service contracts with those towers, and that's for cybersecurity, making sure that our stuff is kept up to date so that if there's a new thing that comes out, a router or something that Motorola says we have to have, it gets updated, and that service warranty is part of the state. We currently pay a service warranty on this tower for Motorola, and that contract is getting ready to come up, and we would have to refresh that contract, which would slide in perfectly with what we have here in the next 2 to 6 years with here.
So we have an annual payment?
There is an annual
For
fee.
approximately $240,000?
Yes, there is an annual fee.
Next 6 years?
An annual
And that would
fee.
be on all 4 towers?
Yeah, and that would make sure that Motorola is keeping it up and in accordance with the state's ASTRO
That
system.
payment wouldn't start for probably another 18 to 24 months. Actually, it'd be almost 2.5 to 3 years, because let's just say, you started the clock today, it's gonna take 18 months to 2 years to get those 3 towers built and up and running.
It takes 2 years to get the towers up?
18 months to 2 years. The towers, the equipment, connecting it, upgrading the site here in Burlington, and creating that 4-site simulcast. That's 18 to 24 month window. That $5.8 million includes that and 1 year of warranty. So let's just say 2 years, 1 year of warranty, which is all that service, maintenance, and upgrades. So 3 years from now is when that first 240 approximate payment would be for quote-unquote year 2, because the first year's already included in the bulk.
So we wouldn't have any additional payments for 3 years?
That is correct.
So the 5.8, is that an upfront, or is that spaced out over?
Well, we'll get to that.
There's multiple options.
Yeah.
There's financing options out there. On page, I believe it's 4 or 5, you have your financing options of 5, 7, 10 years, or you can, if I know that it's something that is being budgeted by the county, putting back so much per year. If it's something that we don't want to do any financing at all, then that's an option as well. So if we were to page 6, because I'm just trying to keep going, because I get it, we're over our time. No, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Page 6.
I'm just trying to be respectful of the next ones in line.
Yes. Page 6.
We can do a work session over this next week if you'd like.
I would like that.
Okay.
We just.
And I don't wanna do a knee-jerk, hey, we're in a hurry, we guys want a decision.
Yeah.
We could set something up for 1 o'clock or something like that.
Absolutely.
It sounds like to me that Dave, the board, if you will, have several questions. You guys have the answers. I know you do. I know this is important to you. I really do, and I understand the importance of it. But I don't wanna feel rushed.
No, and I don't think you should be rushed at all on this.
Yeah.
And so this
And
may
I
be
think
something.
you got a good spokesperson, Mr. Farmer, and you as well.
Because there's other things that I think we should inform you guys about that we need to talk about. So
And I'd like to be able to take our time.
July 1 would be awesome to meet.
And we could do
Yeah, we got 3 weeks to work with it.
Yeah.
And we could do,
If that's okay, guys.
No, that's
Again,
fine.
I don't really.
No, we don't want to waste your guys' time.
Well, it's not a waste of our time. I don't want to keep delaying someone else.
Yeah, well.
I want to give you all the time you need.
That's right.
It's more important to me
So,
than anything.
I think that'd be a perfect opportunity to sit down and discuss it further,
good.
Work session next week would be.
Do you want, do you have the work sessions during your commission day, or are they on Wednesday?
Well, the only way I could best to say it, I mean, 30 minutes obviously wasn't near enough time to do the presentation you wish to do. And I want to be respectful and let you guys do the presentation you want to do, so that
Is your
we
work-
fully understand where we're headed financially as well as.
Yeah. Is your work session on Wednesdays, or are they on Mondays?
They're on Mondays,
Mondays, okay.
like a 1 o'clock.
Like
I
in
mean,
the
that's-
afternoon?
Normally, and that way nobody's feeling rushed, we're not worried about the next person's at 10:30, or,
Do
something
you have
like
one this afternoon?
We do, and it's, with, Chamber of Commerce.
For how long?
Again, in work sessions, we don't put time limits on them, because they're just work sessions to where anybody can take them as long as they want. What was last week's, with Burns and Mac, I mean, we just, until 4 o'clock, so.
So put it down for July 1st, and we can come back?
That's fine.
Yeah, that's great.
As long as that works for your Motorola reps.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we're here. I mean, we understand, this is a lot of money, it's a big decision. We want to make sure we're giving you, informative information to make an
Yeah.
educated decision.
We just don't have enough time to get all the
No.
information.
That's not a
And I
problem.
don't want Scott to feel rushed trying to get it all.
Well, I was like, I feel like the little micro machine man.
Yeah, no, you can't jam too much in there at once, it won't fit.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Vice Chairman, just a recommendation in terminology, instead of calling it a work session, which traditionally taking action as a result or during the work session probably is not the best way to term it, so I would just call it a general discussion. It's a carryover from your morning agendas, so if you need to take action, you can. If it's during a work session, traditionally those are held at different times, and you're not taking action.
Sure, that would just be a continuation of our meeting, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
wrong terminology, but we get the point.
No problem.
An extension of our meeting, that way, there's no end time, there's nobody next after you, you take as much time as you need.
Yeah.
I actually appreciate that.
Put you
Thank
on the
very
end of
much.
the agenda, basically, is all it is.
Yeah.
So you guys have the presentation in front of you with the numbers and everything, so if you look through that and have any questions, holler at me, send me an email, come down. I know Steve, you'll have questions that you can come up with.
And I've got about 1,000 more, because, or maybe not 1,000,
Oh,
but,
and?
I can see this working, and I'm doing math in my head, and that 2-3 years out, and what we're putting back each year, I can see this working, so.
Along with that proposal here is the tower proposal too.
Okay.
It's like big, but for your reading pleasure.
Okay. Yeah, Amber, we want to give you guys all the time you need.
Sure. Yep. I thought 30 would get it, but we didn't talk fast enough, so.
Just
Well, we don't
a lot
need
of
to.
questions.
With this big a decision, we don't need to talk fast, so.
We don't need to talk fast. Any other questions, comments?
No,
Anything?
not right now.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Guys,
Thank you. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. See you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
John, is Christina doing you, no? This year, okay. So, you're up. At this point in time, I guess I can make the motion for an executive session, discuss non-elected personnel.
Yeah, just to discuss non-elected personnel issue
Okay,
in executive session,
okay,
and then the time.
okay, with the board. How many minutes you think, 15,
What do you all think?
20? We'll do 20 minutes, executive session with the board. John Dietrich, from HR Associates, Jesse Knight via phone, and Bobby Skipper.
He's coming in at this beginning.
Correct.
Okay.
You said his weight in?
No, so no.
Okay.
Is there any motion to go in executive session? 20 minutes.
Also
Board, Skipper, Mr. Dietrich, and Jesse Heinbeck.
Also moved.
Tom Eads has moved,
Also.
Curry has seconded. Any discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We'll go in at 10:47.
Downstairs?
Yes. I'm going at 10:47, 20 minutes. We are back, no action taken. Mr. Bowie is next on our agenda. We actually hit it almost on time.
How about that? He's a minute late. We planned it perfectly. Excuse me. Get everybody yawning now.
Pardon me?
Oh, he yawned. I said I'll get everybody yawning.
Probably. I don't remember, the chamber was coming in, weren't they? Or-
Yeah. Or,
At 1 o'clock.
I don't know how many was coming in, but
It's, meetings get pretty full some days
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, it's kind of hard to predict how much time we need.
Yeah, and I really hated to shut the
Oh,
Motorola tower and hammering them on.
yeah, but
I just think letting them being able to give their full presentation is important.
and that will
I
allow,
agree, Tom.
and that will allow the commission to ask questions that need to be asked and not be rude about it.
we could very easily spend an hour plus
Yeah.
Oh, oh, easily.
And we've got
we've got money set aside for it, and if it's gonna take 3 years to get it put up, you know, we'd have all the money set aside. We were setting aside $1 million a year.
Right.
That's where I was headed.
In 6 years, in 3 more years, all the money would be set up.
Yeah, according to that schedule.
We've known for some time we was gonna have quite a cost there, we just didn't know exactly how much it was gonna be.
Well, this,
Stuff that's stapled together there, isn't it?
You have to see there's $1 million sitting there now. And towers, $1,66,000.
and they spent a lot of time putting this thing together for the commission, I do know that.
Yeah.
They have a meeting monthly and
And,
Do we need to run away? We need to run away from.
I texted you.
Okay.
I don't know if that worked, but I did. I'd like to talk to them about the leases, the lease option to buy, or,
yes.
And one question is, what's our insurance company gonna require from us when we put up 3 towers for $6 million?
I would imagine money. I don't know how much, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can look at our insurance policy and find out what that one in Werley is.
Yeah, it's not ours.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that's something that Amber could look into and have it ready for
She can
by next time. What do you think, Tom?
I think you're right, I'll give her a call.
All right.
Technically, it probably won't make much difference. We gotta have the insurance for it.
Right, but
It's still a piece of information to have.
Yeah, it still costs it.
But then they're also talking about leasing space on these towers to other companies, like you could lease to MT Network.
sure.
Makes you wonder what the insurance. I assume MT Network, if they lease and put a dish up there, they'll be responsible for it
For
themselves.
themselves, right.
Planning.
He's on his way. Yep.
My out.
Yes, sir.
So let me get this up on the screen here. Mark on the reach behind you. Charging this TV remote.
Charge it or melt it today.
You what?
Or charge it or melt it.
It is pretty warm.
Toasted up.
Oh, man, I read it. Feel that. It was hot.
I can imagine.
I mean, it's,
Just talking about that when it got so hot yesterday, or last year, way over 110
Yes.
in the hayfield. You could tell the difference between the black handles and touching something green or red on equipment. The black stuff, you just couldn't touch
I
it.
know. How are you doing today?
Oh, pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, you guys.
Good.
I was in the pool this afternoon yesterday, I showed where I have.
Got a little warm face today.
Yeah, I did. I got too close to a couple of them rowdy kids and got smacked in the nose. Pool toys.
Wow.
Alright, so I believe you should have had the change orders and your materials.
I don't remember getting any change orders on 8, 9, or 10, 11, and 12.
They were attachments. They should have been attachments in the email that went to you. They weren't included in the canvas because the files are too big.
Yeah.
So I've got to put them on this. They didn't transfer over yet, so I'll be right back.
We'll email with it and attach it, Steve.
Oh, when, oh my God.
Sure, I remember getting, oh, I didn't see it anyway. Okay.
Maybe I'll explain all of them, but it's in your tab.
I've got it.
I remember looking at them now.
So they transferred over as shortcuts, which transferring over as a shortcut doesn't allow me to open up the file. So I'm gonna start with, number 10, change order number 10. So change order number 10 is on the screen. It's tied to potential change order number 19. And Don, if you remember the way things sort of work, you have the change order, and then with that's the county's measuring mechanism, but River City has their own potential change order, and they're into the 20s, maybe even 30s by now. So when you see those numbers, there's no easy way to explain that other than, if you remember, you have the extended version of this. They give us one of these once a month, and on the right-hand column of this document, you have change order date, change order number, which is for the county. On the very left, you have River City's potential change order, and this one is dated May 30th of 24, and at that time there were 23 potential change orders, and the county had 7 change order numbers. So and some of those have potential change orders that are combined multiples in one change order. So that's the best way I can describe it. So this is change order number 10, and it's tied to potential change order number 19 alone. And as you see here, it deals with additional room security door to allow south exterior entry door to change from detention grade to commercial. This change was made during submittal review to allow staff to be able to enter south side with a card reader without entering the secure perimeter.
There's nothing coming up on the screen.
Well, that's not helpful. I had it up there.
It's there now.
Okay. So,
For the third.
also included are additional emergency power off buttons and additional electrical connections to Willoughby controllers. So that total is $34,587, and that would be a deduction from the contingency allowance. So it would change from the $599 to $564. It has it right there. So This is what you'll see reference potential change order number 19. It references PR 005 and PR 005R1, goes through and sort of itemizes what all the changes are for. And then the remainder of the documents go into detail from what modifications, Wheatland masonry, IBC carpentry, the door, schedule of hollow metal doors, wood doors, and frames from IBC. And I don't think you want me to go and read through every single thing. This is more just so you are aware of everything that goes with this. Has diagrams for the doors. It's actually quite detailed in what it shows, but you want it to, because when you're making a change, you want to have the justification for that change. So here's Always Faithful painting. This deals with painting, Holly Jill, their change, and their deduction overall. Accurate Controls, which is the subcontractor for Holly Jill, if you remember. And they deal with the electronic side of the jail side. Titan Steel. Here's detention security hollow metal door frames, detention security hollow metal doors, 2,724.
Everything that you showed so far is in number 10?
Correct. McElroy. A breakdown, itemized breakdown of what all that goes with. Shelley Electric. Which is probably a pretty substantial cost for this change. As you see, $19,862. Their itemized breakdown. Resin House, if you remember, that's where a lot of the stored material is for Shelley Electric. And then this is sort of a Goldberg proposal request, where it changes, where in the drawings, if you wanted to see. And then it goes through, I don't know how, all of the changes, where they are located within the design plans, which is going actually quite deep into what's happening here. These are all the plans, and
with the change order of 30-some thousand, and I know there's another later on, more than this.
Yep.
Are they changing the design, or is it overlooked situation?
So, I guess there's two different ways to look at it. This one, I'll go back to the very top.
Because I'm really surprised at some of the dollar amount of the changes.
So this one ties to additional room security door to allow south exterior entry door to change from detention grade to commercial. This one, if I remember correctly, some of what was being requested, and I sat through a couple meetings with the sheriff and River City based on what the design looked like and some modifications that needed to be made to make it internally safe. Those changes were requested to be made, and they didn't change the overall scope of things. They moved doors from one side to another and just shifted it out. And doing that, it shifts things around quite a bit, which means a design change. And the next one, either the next one you're going to see. 11 is the salad quarter change, and that is a design change. That is,
That's 88,000.
yep, so,
It's enlarging the side port.
so this is this one. And if you want more time to digest it, if you want somebody to come in and talk about it.
Hang on over and wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's good enough.
So, that's 10. 11 is the Sally Port change, and that's the one that we've been waiting on for a period of time. That's the one I mentioned to Ryan this morning. So this is, if you recall, the sheriff came in. This is change order number 11, and this is associated with potential change order number 18. And as you see at the top here, it's still showing to enlarge the vehicular sally port to the south and to the west. Also enlarge the overhead doors to 14 by 14. And that's an $88,148 change or modification. If you remember, when the sheriff came in, he said what the footprint that was there, and he mentioned the drone above, it was going to be woefully too small.
Not what we were looking for.
Doors wasn't high enough, and whatever you call it, it wasn't big enough, so we knew that change order was coming, and it's the right.
Yeah.
Time to do it.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
And it references, you have to have new footing, size changes in the concrete slab, masonry changes, changes in lintels, joists, longer decking, larger coiling door, additional roof blocker, additional air barrier, painting block filler, additional sprinkler piping and heads, waste vent storm and overflow piping, and then removal of spoils, and that total is the $88,148. And this goes through and it breaks it down from Concrete Unlimited. As you see here, Solid Port Edition, it references all the things that they'll need to do. 8,704. Wheatland Masonry, all the things they'll need to do. 29,750. HME, the steel, 24,995. IBC carpentry, 7,585.
The increase in size of that surprises me that change order isn't greater than 88.
We're just fortunate that Tom and his team caught it before it had gotten started.
I think they had to put it in, but they'll take it.
That part of it.
Yeah.
Over the overhead doors, 5,710.
Yeah.
There's a picture of the door. I mean, it's the mechanical side of the door. Painting, 2,550. Sprinkler change, $3,568. McElroy's, $4,582. And then the Goldberg side where it has what those changes are. I don't know if I need to show those, because
So drawing change he has to do so everybody knows they're on the same page and spec layout of it.
so obviously that change order is a very important change order because of the size and modification to the Sally Port. I mean, this is a 30, 40-year project, and you want it to, maybe longer, you want it to last, and you want it to be right, and if it's inadequate to begin with, then you're starting off. So that's 11, 12, is in reference to potential change order 16, 17, and 25. As you see here, 16 adds solid surface wall caps to booking and master control. That's $7,592. Potential change order 17 adds wall tile to the showers and the locker rooms, $1929. Change order 25 deducts from shop drawing reviews, including casework, windowsills, and rear chase ADA shower accessories not required. A credit of $4,237. So the total between adding and subtracting, $5,284 for this change order. And it goes through and itemizes all of them out.
Well, when we get Andy back,
The one that I think I maybe worth covering right now as well is the one we put on hold, and that was change order number 8.
Yes.
So change order number 8, I'm just going to throw it up there. We've looked at it once before. This is the one that dealt with costs associated with potential change order 11 and 12. 11 was a deduction of $3,711 to make changes to the breathalyzer and interview rooms to make space for the body scanner, and that needs to occur. That's happening no matter what. And then the reason why it was put on hold was potential change order number 12, deducting $355 to delete the 3 non-secure windows in the vehicular Sally Port. That's still occurring, so I think that was the reason why it was put on hold to wait until the Sally Port change occurred. The good news is it's a credit of $4,066, so ultimately it's a deduction, and deductions are always good. So
no matter how much.
I would request that the motions, including change order number 8, change order number 10, change order number 11, change order number 12, be considered, and if you'd like, I can read them.
Let's start at the top. Motion for the board to approve and for the vice chairman to sign change order number 8 regarding construction related to Coffee County Law Enforcement Center as approved by River City Construction on April 18th, 2024, with costs associated with potential change order number 11, which includes contract document revisions associated with proposal request number 2, removal of masonry and carpentry scope, removing a masonry wall, removing of a door opening related to the changes to the breathalyzer and interview rooms to make needed space for body scanner. Credit of $3,711 and potential change order Number 12, which includes contract document provisions associated with proposal request number 3, and deletes 3 non-secure windows and replaces the window with block and brick within the vehicle sally port. A credit of $355, with $4,066 to be credited to project construction contingency, with no change in the project guaranteed maximum price of $25,712,855.
I'll make that motion.
Carrie's moved.
I'll second that.
Thompson seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Move for the board to approve and for the vice chairman to sign. She was typing in it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It moved. I mean, it's like, wait a minute, did I lose my place? Of course, I'm calling the guy Rhonda Gilbert this morning, so you never know. Move to approve, move for the board to approve and for the vice chairman to sign change order number 10 regarding the construction related to Coffee County law enforcement as approved by River City Construction on June 12th, with costs associated with potential change order number 19, which includes contract document revisions associated with PR 005 and PR 005R1, including additional costs associated with the following: additional masonry for wall at corridor 185, installation of additional security frame, additional non-security openings, finishings related to additional wall, deduction of materials for security items not already secured, additional of transfer duct in corridor 185, and electrical changes made in PR 005 with $34,587 to be deducted from the project construction contingency, with no change in the guaranteed maximum price of $25,712,855.
Well, it's $885 on my deal.
Yeah. $885. Did I say something different?
Yeah.
You said 55,
Just,
so we
yeah.
got it. Oh, okay.
Also move, Vice Chair.
Means moved.
I'll second that.
Thompson second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Move the board approve and for the vice chairman to sign change order number 11 regarding construction related to the Coffee County Law Enforcement Center as approved by River City Construction on June 19, 2024. The costs associated with potential change order number 18, which includes contract document revisions associated with PR 006, Sally Port changes, including additional costs associated with the following: new footings along the south and east of Sally Port, size changes to the concrete slab, additional masonry due to changes in wall size and height, changes associated with larger lintels, longer joists, longer decking, additional joists, and additional decking with new lintels, larger coiling doors, additional roof blocking, additional air barrier, additional painting and block filler, additional sprinkler piping and heads, additional waste vent, storm and overflow piping, removal of additional spoils with excavation of footings, with $88,148 to be deducted from project construction contingency, with no change in the project guaranteed maximum price of $25,712,885.
I'll move.
Thompson's moved.
I'll second.
Meat seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye. That'll lose your voice.
Yeah, possible. Motion for the board to approve for the vice chairman to sign change order number 12 regarding construction related to Coffee County Law Enforcement Center as approved by River City Construction on June 19, 2024, with costs associated with potential change order numbers 16, 17, and 25, which includes contract document revisions associated as follows. Potential change orders number 16, contract revisions with additional solid surface called out in for construction drawings related to addition of solid surface wall caps to booking and master control. Deduction of $7,592. Potential change order 17, finish classifications associated with installation of wall tile inside showers located in level 2 locker rooms. Deduction of $1,929. Potential change order 25, contract document revisions associated with shop drawing reviews, including removal casework, window seal and rear chase, ADA shower accessories, not required, as all documented within ASI 008, with $5,284 to be credited from the project construction contingency with no change in the project guaranteed maximum price of $25,712,885.
I'll move.
Curry's moved.
I'll second it.
Meat seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0.
And now you're all caught up on your change orders for that.
You know, we've got some numbers included in this. Like 16, 17, and 25. Now, when do they come to those numbers? Will they skip them over? Since they're included basically in number
They
12?
usually will be working on a number of potential change orders at a time. My understanding is once they get the green light and they have enough information to be able to provide substantive details related to those changes, then they'll put them into one potential change order to try to cover them at one time. So there may be some that are from earlier that they don't have all the information yet to be able to send it to the county in a change order request.
But inside number 12, they've got 16, 17, and 25. So when they come up to those numbers, they'll probably they'll skip over them, I would assume.
Yes.
Because their next change order is going to be number 13, so.
No, change order 13, but it may include numbers before or after what you've already covered. The method to the madness, I can't explain.
I know it's a very huge project for $25 million. It's a little bit surprising to me that they've got as many change orders as they got, but in the engineering, in the design, there's gotta be some change orders.
As well,
Do you have change order 8? Because I don't have that one. I just have 10, 11, and 12.
We just did the 8.
It was sent previously, but I get it.
We've had number 8 for a few weeks.
Yeah, I get it. It wasn't included in what I sent to, or I gave to Casey the other day, since it was one we dealt with a month ago, maybe? Yeah. Okay. And we just tabled it.
Did we already sign it?
No, that's why we were waiting for the Sally Port.
Correct.
I get it too.
Yeah, I don't have that one at all. I have pay application 6.
It was tabled 4 or 5 weeks ago.
So change order 9.
I think it was, Jesse was still here when that one was taken up.
I think.
I wonder if it's on his.
It's not change order number 9.
I think we've done that.
I know exactly where. This is it right here. So you can have it. And it may have just been given back to me when it didn't go through last time.
Cole haven't signed these, does that matter?
You wait for owner to sign first.
He sent me a copy where he hadn't signed, and he also sent me a copy where he did. So I probably need to.
Because all these others he's signed.
Yep. Yep. I probably just need to print off that top sheet.
All good, everything.
But they're all caught up now.
So can you print those off so I can have him sign so I can send them?
Yep. I will do that.
Cool expensive.
While I'm doing that, here this is, and you might wanna.
Finish that. I don't know. It's in there. You should look. It's right here. Oh, I know it is. It's okay, I saw it. This guy. It's another month or so out.
It's 11 and 12, right?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Chief sign it, I'll pass it back to Andy.
Whip it out, throw it out there on here or something.
Trade
Didn't get mixed in or something.
Angie, here's one, I'd like to have a little explanation on.
Okay.
I don't think these is. Said it's made up to LSU.
Oh, yeah. Two employees, it's their HSA money, health savings account.
Hmm.
And it's money to take out on leave.
Health savings account, one of them is on work comp. And the other one, I'm not sure on him.
I don't think I've seen, a check like that before. Could have.
Yeah, it's health savings money.
Okay, so everything's correct on it the best you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was gonna see if we had any round
Let me go feed him.
table. Steve,
I don't have anything to tell
I mean, we got a break for lunch, come back at 1. That's got a few minutes, so that's something.
I'm fine.
No, sir. I got everything in here.
Not at this point, I don't know.
Wayne's gotta be the option.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go get
That
him?
was way too easy.
We got a young lady there that.
I can go by those. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Back and forth. That's what we were thinking about.
We had a few minutes before noon, we thought maybe we had some round tables.
2 minutes?
A few. I'm not pressing you for time, I mean, if you, I know we gotta come back at 1 for the, chamber.
Yep.
But I didn't know if you had,
I'll have, probably a 10-minute executive session. You can do it now or do it later. So what I have on the screen right now is
you got all the changes made and go to print yet, or?
so you have to verify the changes because it's in a different version than the version that you authorized. Angie and I were talking earlier as well, and there may be, and I don't want to speak for Angie, but an additional recommendation to add some language while it's still not, it's still undertaking some last minute revisions. So I want to take you to page 22. This is what we talked about the last time. So on page 22, it has language, and your version probably has the language that says something to the effect, Coffee County will not provide overtime.
And did we go over this last one?
We did, but I didn't make the changes.
Oh.
So this has the changes.
You say 22?
Yep, 22. So this is where the change was made.
Let's switch pages.
It's different
21.
things than what we,
It's 21 here.
Oh, it's 21 here too, sorry. In my head it's 22. So overtime compensation time off policy. Your version should read a little bit different than what this says now. This adds the word, Coffee County may compensate non-exempt employees for hours worked in lieu of the standard 40-hour work week with overtime, comp time in lieu of traditional overtime compensation. The way it was worded before, it basically took it out of, it was only comp time. And then a little bit further up, on page 20, it also says, Coffee County may schedule employees to work overtime. So both of them are mays, and if I recall, the direction of the board was to allow department heads to determine whether they wanted their department to have comp time or overtime. Several different departments handled it different ways, so that was that. Another adjustment that was made, and this is one that will be new, it's not substantive change, but all the page numbers, after going through it and changing and modifying a few things, page numbers ended up being off, so they should be accurate now. And you can thank Ellie. She was handed the employee handbook and went through and double checked and found errors that I didn't even find. So outside of that, I think, as you see at the very bottom, final with revisions, June 24th, 2024, so you can differentiate between the last one and this version.
So you want us to make a motion to send this to print?
Well, I don't know if Angie wants to bring out the potential change she had mentioned this morning. There was
Well, so, I'm gonna try not to make this confusing, but,
Why not?
so Memorial Weekend, Monday was a holiday. And if you look at, say, courthouse employees, they put in actual 32 hours worked. So the holiday gave them 40. We had one office staff that worked an additional 8 hours, so they worked 40. But they didn't work the holiday, so they don't get overtime in that scenario. Okay? So instead of working 32, they worked 40, plus still got the holiday. So that department head wanted their extra 8 hours that they had, instead of paying her out for it that week, she wanted to save it to use comp time later at regular straight time pay, not overtime. And I didn't see a problem with that because it was just straight time pay.
I don't see any problem.
What's the reasoning for working, I guess?
I guess the duties that she does in the health department. So.
Okay. Oh, it was probably an event
Yeah.
of some sort, okay. Well, that makes, I don't have a problem.
So they're not getting overtime on the comp,
Right.
but
But
the
it's
way I
straight-
think it's
it's
worded
straight
in the,
pay.
it's straight pay.
Right.
But I think it's worded in the manual that if it's over 40 hours, but you don't
So-
count.
I get what you're saying. So in all reality, since it was a holiday and she did work, she should get 8 or
8
time
hours
and a half,
more.
an additional one.
Not time and a half, it would be just straight pay, because holiday does not count toward overtime. But,
Oh,
say I work 32 that week,
Uh-huh.
she should have also worked 32, but because of the event, she worked 8 hours more. So that 8 hours would go towards comp at regular straight time pay.
They're not asking for 12 hours comp, are they?
Of what?
They're not asking for 12 hours comp, are they?
No,
Which
no,
would be
no,
time
just-
and a half.
just straight
So it's
time.
just straight time. I don't
straight time.
see what they should be.
Yeah, I don't
But what, our policy states different?
Yeah, I think it says
anything over 40.
over 40 hours, but then that's comp time in lieu of overtime at time and a half. Whereas in this case,
But where you're involved in
you
a
also
holiday, the holiday negates, I mean,
it doesn't count
it
towards
doesn't
the work.
count towards.
And that says that in the manual.
Well, yeah, I think so.
Okay, well
Can't
Problem
use
solved.
holiday.
what page do you think that's on?
holidays. It's 24. And it's pretty brief and short. See, like your road and bridge guys, they're working
It says
40-hour weeks.
eligible employees required to work on an actual holiday or a county observed holiday shall be guaranteed additional compensation at the rate of 1.5 times regular pay for the hours the employee actually worked on that day.
And that's if they have to work that holiday.
Correct.
Yeah,
See, it basically,
Entitlement to receive pay for county holiday requires that the employee must not have been absent without leave either on their scheduled workday or before their scheduled workday or after the holiday. This here says they get 1.5.
it's a little bit confusing. It says guaranteed 1.5.
That's if
that's if they work it. Isn't
they
that
work
correct?
it, yeah.
Which
That's if
you're
they work
saying
that
they
holiday.
did.
No, they didn't work the holiday.
Oh,
They put in 40 hours from Tuesday to Friday. Does that make sense?
oh,
Instead of just 32, they put in 40 in those 4 days.
And they worked that holiday.
No, they were off that
They
holiday.
just worked 4 days, but they just worked 4 tenths.
Yeah, well, sorta. I
Yeah,
think,
Their hours amounted to 40 hours.
yes,
Tuesday
in 4
through
days.
Friday.
Right.
okay, I misunderstood. I thought they had it.
I didn't realize they was working tens.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't think it was a
40
full
hours.
10. I think one day it was like 12 and a half, and another day it was 9, and so,
So,
I think it pretty well spells it out. I mean, they didn't work the holiday, but they got paid for the holiday. I mean, just like everybody else, but they worked a 40-hour week. And all they're doing is,
their extra 8 that they earned is just gonna be used at straight time pay later.
you know,
Straight time call.
And then I don't know, is that something that you're gonna be okay with me just being okay with that decision? Or if that's something you want spelled out in the manual? I know Christina said there's some things we're gonna have to just logically make a ruling on.
Yeah.
I don't think you can cover everything in the manual.
No, you can't.
That's,
And I'm not sure even how to word it, but it's gonna make it clear
yeah,
to
it'd be
everybody.
really difficult.
You're gonna have to judge
You kind of
all
need to
time.
make a decision, because, you know, what,
it's one of those situations
The only
we
way
just
I-
have to make some decision one-on-one. And there's gotta be
Yeah,
some,
there's gonna be other things.
I mean, we'll wanna be consistent with all employees
that's
if
where I was
we do
at.
it.
gotta try to be
Right.
consistent.
But I know like Road and Bridge might be a little different in that scenario, Sheriff's Office might be a little different in that scenario, but I'm just talking like regular 8 to 5, Monday through Friday people, when everyone else worked 32 hours plus got the holiday, she worked 40 hours plus got the holiday, she wants to use the extra 8 later.
I don't see any problem.
So I guess we can just address those issues as they
the
come
only
up.
problem I could see is if a person would consider that overtime
No,
or not overtime.
no. Because the holiday does not count toward overtime during that work week unless you work it.
Unless you work it.
Okay.
Okay.
Then we're good.
So they're getting the pay, but it don't add towards the overtime hours.
And I'm good.
That work?
Okay.
So I would, go back 2 weeks, take the motion that you made to adopt the handbook and, I guess re-adopt it with the revisions related to the version presented on June 24th, 2024.
I'm trying to find that here. I got kicked out of my computer.
Because it has changed and that, I'm sure it's not perfect. But we gotta send it off and it's gotta be printed and bound and hopefully that fixes the issue.
We can do it after
Yeah.
our
Okay,
deal,
good.
and we can break for lunch at 12 or 11, back at 1.
Very good.
That'll help you
Yes.
take your time.
Get on,
Yeah.
Facebook.
Lots of
Presentations and such.
We are back in session.
And maybe this was on some of what you're looking for.
We are back in session. Do you have anybody else showing up today?
I guess it's just us.
Okay. I just wanna make sure we didn't get started and leave someone else. Do you have anything you wanna kick it off with, or? I said it's just kind of a continuation, we can't call it a work session in case we have to make a motion or an action on this, so just a conversation, discussion, and continuation of this morning's meeting, and, we'll leave it at that. Like I said, if there's something you wanna provide, it's not like you gotta walk up here, you can stay right there, if you're comfortable, and we can just talk and see where your mind's headed, I guess.
Okay, we just were wondering how you guys wanted to take it. Are we wanting to keep it with the county, or are we wanting to separate it from the county, the chamber? Or do you know yet?
That's what this session is for. is
That's,
try to see a direction to go, what's in the best interest for the county.
So, with that being said, when I read through the articles of corporation, and Wade can jump in any time and correct me if I'm crawling off the weeds or something, but it says that corporations shall have the power to acquire and purchase and hold, lease, convey mortgages, pledge such real estate, personal property in Kansas or other states of the United States and elsewhere as necessary to prevent the transaction of its businesses and the realization of its objects and purposes. So, with that being said, I know that if it's a taxpayer-funded entity, if you will, I guess I'd like to see that changed. Or am I off in a tangent?
In all fairness to the two representatives here, I just handed them the same thing that you have, and they've never seen what I handed them.
Okay, well, this is the first time I seen it, that was one of the first things I noticed, and so that'd be one of the first things I would bring up, that, like, again, if it was a taxpayer-funded type thing, that we would. So I guess my question is, or maybe you do or you don't know, does the chamber own any property, is there anything as of now?
so, before she left, she sent out an email to all of us wanting to get rid of everything. She was giving things out to people. Such as, well, I can,
I think they were just little novelties, if you will, they were,
Oh, okay.
it wasn't nothing of,
games.
Yeah.
Games was one thing. Now, there was some money that was left over, and she asked about splitting that up amongst the businesses before she left. And, you know, I don't know where what businesses she gave it to.
is it still an active checking account then, to your knowledge?
I think she closed it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Which means it has, so, since it is a corporation, has it been, I guess, somewhat, I don't know how you go about dissolving a corporation other than just go delinquent, but.
Sounds like it's almost.
I think that's why she got a lawyer. I mean, didn't she get an attorney?
So that, I don't know.
She did, she had an attorney.
So has the chamber been dissolved, Holly? I mean, is it,
Let me pull up my last email.
okay.
You know, in the past history, and I don't know how long both of you have been involved as members or the board, but in the past history, the hours that the chamber person is involved in working, is that a half a day?
In
Two
the,
half a days a week?
she was being paid for part-time. Is, you know, I think it was however she wanted to do it. You know, I don't really know for sure, I just know she was considered part-time.
You know, Sheriff, I'm not sure which direction we need to go, but my feeling is, you know, it's probably definitely a part-time job. Now, whether that's 20 hours a week or 10 hours a week or 30 hours a week, I absolutely don't know, but I think the chamber and our, can't think what I want to say, Bobby Skipper, that department and the chamber, there's a lot of overlap in a small county like Coffee County. And I'm not too sure that we can't get Bobby Skipper involved in some of those responsibilities. And I'm not saying to do away with the chamber, but make them work together. And I don't know whether that's is workable or not. Because Bobby is a full-time, you know, economic development director. That's what I was trying to think of a while ago. He's an economic development director, and the chamber is in that same line, trying to develop things for Coffee County, new business along that line, and I'm not too sure they couldn't work hand in hand. Now, whether that would be too much for our economic development director, I don't know.
But Holly, you and I spoke the other day, and you called, and I made the mention that all businesses in the county are included, but there's no fees associated with that.
Correct.
And I guess my thought is there should be a fee. If, I mean, what is their game if there's, I mean,
So
who's
there's always
involved?
been a fee.
Right, exactly.
Yes, and that's just something that was brought up. I think Bobby was for that, not to have a fee. So, I mean, you were there for that.
Yeah.
Do you remember the talk?
Yeah, the talk was that your fee would be if you had an event, you could, give $2,500 to help sponsor the event and then get your name on a banner or something like that. If I remember right, that's where the thought process was headed, so.
Mm-hmm.
But is that going to happen? I guess that's, I just don't know where the direction for the Chamber of Commerce. My perception is the Chamber of Commerce is the businesses within the county.
Correct.
And I'm not sure how the county, as a county, plays a role in that. I just can't get, I can't get my head wrapped around that, Holly. I'm just not sure how that plays. And I'm probably rambling, which I am, but I'm just.
Oh, we're just trying to think out loud,
Yeah.
see what we can come up with.
So, before they were wanting to, we had talked about putting the amphitheater has changed since this
It has.
happened.
It has.
Actually, it would have been perfect if we could have hired one full-time person to do amphitheater and the chamber. Then you could hire a really good person with, I mean, it's hard to hire somebody for what we were paying the other lady, you know, and instead of having two part-time positions, putting that person together, but, you know, the amphitheater thing has changed, so it's like we're starting over our thought process.
Do you know what that pay was before, roughly?
was it 25 or 30 or something like, $32,000.
Okay. There was no benefits.
No benefits, and
Yeah.
it's just
So what
hard
would-
to find a good person for 30,
Right.
you know, and.
But that was just a part-time job, correct?
Mhm.
And that was paid through county support as well as membership fees, if you will.
And before she left, there was a question on if there was gonna be any money held back or,
I don't know the right direction.
so,
Yeah, I do agree with that philosophy that you had, that, you know, if the county did take over the amphitheater, that, you know, that person could have went hand in hand and you could possibly get some events in there, but I don't know.
now we're
Seemed
back
like
to.
everybody on this board, if you will, was like having second thoughts of, you know, taking on the financial responsibility of that at the taxpayer's expense, so.
Yeah, my biggest.
Regardless of whether we created a chamber position or not, we'd still have that salary. We just wouldn't have the other $175,000 hanging over us.
Sorry.
And not that the chamber, if you did do a chamber director, if you will, that person could work with whoever is running the amphitheater, or help get the sponsors. I mean, it would be another person to assist in, you know, community events of all sorts. As to whether the county needs to hire another employee, I guess where my mind's headed is, I don't mind the fact that they got the chamber has its own board members, if you will, and wouldn't mind sticking to that, but I don't know where that takes us in the legal aspects of things, you know. I mean, it would be, the only comparison I can come up with is, you know, I mean, the library's tax dollars, be it, you know, they set a budget and we fund it. Museums set the budget, we fund it.
Kind of like the housing.
Housing authority sets a budget, they fund, but they all have their own boards. You know, so fire department's some of the same. That's where my mind is headed to, you know, and it kind of takes some off of our plate, but yet, I mean.
You guys still fund it, but it's,
You have your own board,
yeah.
but yet you're not a corporation, so to speak. I know Wade's wanting to jump in, I said I can see it on his face.
I'm just, so, you're at a disadvantage because you don't have these documents that they outline in the bylaws and the policy and procedure manual, sort of the internal structure of, starting on, you look at page 6 of 9 of the bylaws, it talks about your Article 4, Section 6, management, board of directors may employ an executive director who shall manage the daily operations of the chamber in accordance with the policies and procedures and the strategic direction and objectives of the chamber. The board shall determine the salary, responsibilities, and other considerations for employment. And then it goes on and on, and then if you get on page 4 of the policy and procedure manual, it talks about chamber staff. And that's section 3, and then A is executive director, B, executive assistant. So chamber staff may be made up of one full-time or one part-time and at times volunteers. Staff members of the chamber are responsible for effecting daily operations of the chamber, so on and so forth. Executive director under A is a full-time salaried employee of the chamber hired by and under the direction of the chamber's board of directors. Executive director directly accountable to the board of directors for the entire operation of the chamber visitor center and for complete operating efficiency of the chamber itself, and it goes on. So it looks like you have a...
Okay, so this might be the new one. See, she dissolved the, I apologize, I'm trying to think of the lady that resigned. What was her name? The chamber director?
Yeah,
What was her?
I don't know, but yeah, these were revised in 2021.
Okay, so this here is the new
As of 2021.
2020, okay. So I know we were working on a new one.
Yeah.
On putting a new one of these together.
Newer than this one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Remember that we had those emails that went out?
This one here is revised about every 3 or 5 years, so.
I personally would be more in favor of something like what I just suggested, that you have your own board members. I mean, Coffee County Commissioners appoint the Housing Authority board members. We do fire department too, or no?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
we do.
yes, we do.
I got that here. All the board members we do appoint. Airport, Housing Authority, Tourism, Melissa Daly.
Thank you.
The planning board members, the hospital board members, and fire board members, library. So, again, I think that would be, creating a budget, come up with a budget for a full-time employee, because, again, if you're paying somebody $60,000 a year, you might as well plan on it's gonna cost you $120, if not more. Just because of all the insurances and benefits and everything that goes along with it, paying more. And that's me planting a seed and a suggestion. And so I'll go back to again, I don't know if using the Housing Authority is a good example or not, but, they got in their budget to rent the building from downtown. She has her own little office, she has her own board, they create things, they put their minds together and they create things, and that's how that department works.
It's self-run. I mean,
Basically, yes.
But how are the businesses involved in? I mean, it's a chamber of commerce, which means the businesses, so how are they involved in? Because on page 36, there's a chamber membership investment schedule. And it goes by employees, 1 to 5 is $150, 6 to 25 employees, $250. It would seem like there still needs to be a
some kind of
membership
a fee.
fee.
And I'm okay with that. I mean,
Because that way, if they've got a truly functional membership fee, then they're invested in what happens.
and they would use us.
And they would use us, because right now it seems like if you have nothing to, how involved are they going to be?
And I see where you're going with that, but by the same token, it's just like a hospital came in and was looking for sponsors for their golf tournament. The hospital came in, or they approached Burlington Construction for sponsors for their golf tournament. Cancer Support Group searches for sponsors for all their events.
That's
a lot of
true.
these events are sponsored by local businesses, which in turn generates their money.
Yes.
So again, and this just me thinking out loud and tossing around ideas, but if you did have a chamber director, and the city does take on the amphitheater, that chamber director works directly with the amphitheater owner and says, okay, I'll go out and I'll help you get sponsors for this event, and they help that person beat the bushes to get sponsors for whatever event they're getting ready to hold. Again, it's just me throwing out ideas, and same thing with the fall festival. Get up with the people putting together the fall festival, go out and let's get sponsors. You're gonna hire a band that's sponsored by whomever, or, that's how I get my name out. I sponsor events. And I sponsor rec teams, I sponsor.
But Tom, not all businesses do that, and so. if
Oh,
they're-
I agree with that, but if you had a chamber director out there beating bushes,
Mm-hmm.
But I still think that goes back to membership. I think that goes back to membership dues. There's gotta be a place somewhere for.
and I don't mean this in a bad way, but I paid membership dues since 1994, and all I ever really remember seeing is my name in the paper once in a while.
Right. Once a year.
Years ago, my wife and I were members of the Chamber of Commerce, and I don't know, for 8 or 10 years, and once in a while we'd see our name in the paper, and I chose not to do it anymore. I mean, that was my experience. I mean, they had their weekly meetings or at the Midway Cafe, if I remember right. Yeah. I mean, that was a long time ago.
Right.
But I don't know if it was weekly or monthly. Mark, how long was that?
That's a long time ago.
Midway Cafe, yeah.
Midtown, I guess.
Yeah.
Midtown.
I know what you mean.
I can also see these small businesses, though, it's probably hard for them to pay that fee.
And some would maybe more feel like their advertisement, their money would be more well spent advertising a whole golf tournament, or advertising a banjo player down at the fall festival, or some game that, hands out prizes. I don't know. That's where my mindset was. It kind of separates us a little bit, and way once way,
I was just gonna point you to page 26 in the policy and procedure manual. It's a whole section on membership going on to 26 and 27, and what a regular membership gets you, a nonprofit membership, and then a supporter membership. And there's a whole lot there, but it looks like a regular membership would potentially allow someone to serve on the board of directors. Same thing with a nonprofit membership. So just throwing that out there, it looks like there's a core structure that you can build something off of.
Correct. Yeah, that's. Of course, some of this stuff would have to be somewhat revamped, but you have a base, like you said, so it wouldn't take much.
So the articles, not to jump around here, but the articles of incorporation, if the county was involved in it, would they still be a corporation? I mean,
I would think not.
I mean, if there is, there'd be a lot of changes to this that need to be done.
I'd say you'd have to find some way to.
Yeah, I wouldn't see.
Yes, or whether I
Because none of our other.
find some way to dissolve it. Yeah.
Yeah, none of our other entities are.
They kind of dissolve on their own if you don't re-up with corporate filings and all like that. It just goes away.
That's probably what we really is that.
Yeah, that was being considered.
You know what I mean?
But that's not.
Oh, yeah, you said, like you mentioned before about
That's
buying and selling real estate,
Right.
et cetera. I mean,
They would
that's,
have to review and then
I
adopt,
don't think
and then
we can have free reign.
timetable of organization.
Well, you can't have that stuff in there.
I'd say this would have to be dissolved through the Kansas Corporation.
Yeah.
And maybe this is something, I don't know how many other, people or you know, on you guys' side to help get this going, but maybe a meeting with them over these somewhat newly discovered items here. And I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but again, I'm for a separate.
That, to me, that's the way it ought to be. Now, I know I talked earlier, but that, to me, it needs to be separate. But is there enough demand there to pay that kind of money for a job that probably isn't gonna be over 20 hours a week? And of course, the right person might generate to 40 hours a week.
Correct.
I think if we're gonna do it, we need to do a full-time person.
I'm sorry?
I really feel like if we're gonna do it, we need to get a full-time person.
You think the demand is there for a full-time person? And I know that's a question you probably,
We want it to be, you know, we want, the amphitheater, do we know for sure this guy from KU is doing this? If we do, I really feel like we need a full-time person.
But that's on the city side. The city would be doing the amphitheater. We're not.
It's a private entity.
It's a private entity.
But still, your chamber could work with that private entity, just like they could work with the city of Gridley when they do their fireworks display. Hey, you know.
To me, it kind of seems like, do we probably need a full-time person? Or our results are gonna be the same as what we had before? And is that what I hear you saying?
Yes, that's,
but it's gonna take in that 60,000 range to
I
find
understand.
that full-time person. I know I talked a little bit earlier, you know, about our economic development director combined with the chamber. I still lean towards that a little bit currently. But I also agree that the right full-time chamber person is probably the best way to go. If there's enough work for that and responsibilities for that individual to do.
But the economic developer is doing a lot of that right now.
Yeah. There's a lot.
I don't know that that's our best course at this point, so.
There is a lot of overlap in it.
Right, I understand, it's hard to.
In fact, there's quite a bit of overlap in it.
well, that job duty is to get, isn't that to bring in new business where this is working with existing business? So
I would say.
I don't know if that would be a problem, but.
Yeah,
No, you're right.
it's kind of two different things.
It is. Mm-hmm.
How many is currently on the board? 7 or 8?
6, 7.
7.
Yeah, 'cause we got one from New Strong.
And Holly, are you Waverly?
I'm Waverly, Lebo,
Lebo, right.
Sarah's Leroy, and Gridley is Deanne. And then New Strong is, Strader, yeah.
Sounds like they're spread out pretty good, and that's what we like to see.
I think we've got, I mean, we're all just starting, so.
I'm curious, where do you hold your meetings? I mean, do you have a specific?
Well, right now, because everything, you know, how everything is, we've just been meeting downstairs.
Here?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Which that probably works out pretty well.
It hasn't been a problem.
No, it's convenient, but most of us working around this here in Burlington.
If we go with a full-time person, Wade, and they've currently got 7 directors. How much needs to be changed? And, you know, the bylaws, we haven't went through them yet, but how much would need to be changed to make it work like our housing department is?
I honestly don't know, because I've not looked at it.
I knew you hadn't had the opportunity to
I
look.
wonder if, you know, given these have just been handed out, it's somewhat new information, if that would be probably the way to go, is to let you guys reconvene with your board. Let us read through these a little more further. So I guess in the long run, what I'm saying is I'm not against it, but I'm still for the fact that to be a separate,
It does need to be a separation.
Because I can see the benefit to it, you know, is it a 40-hour-a-week job? I think the right person, it could be. I mean, and I would think business owners will know whether or not the individual that gets hired is, you should be able to notice something, I would think. Am I wrong in that statement? Or, I mean, you know, but you have a board of directors, I mean, or a board, and, you know, she kind of reports, he or they report to the board on a daily, or to your president of the board, I would assume.
There'd have to be some accountability, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because, you know, like the housing authority, she has a secretary that picks up all the paperwork, so, you know, I don't mean this in a bad way, Ronnie Gilbert does a nice job, but I'm not, having a secretary, maybe she's got a little lapse of time where she's got some downtime too, so this person not having a secretary, they do both. That'd make a difference. That would keep you busier. Yeah.
That was something that was brought up about if we hire a full-time person, when we said 100 and some thousand, that it was brought up that we want this person out and about.
Correct.
And if she's out and about, who is in the office, you know?
Well,
She might have to hire a part-time person later down the road, or,
But why would any,
well,
that's what I was at.
This is my mobile office right here.
Right.
yeah.
She'd have, I don't think you'd have to have anybody in the office. I mean, she would have her phone, or, I'm sorry. They would have their phone, and it's no different than any one of us in business that is our office a lot of the times. She can take calls if she's out and about. I'm sorry. They, I apologize.
Do you guys get in trouble if you?
No, we just don't want to, we don't want to be in trouble.
We don't want to be in trouble.
That's being in trouble. But I agree with Steve on that, you know, with cell phone technology and the way technology is going today, that, you know, from what I hear, landlines are gonna be non-existent here in the next decade.
They probably will be.
I'm already get mine down at the office going, just because it just buzzes all the time anyway, so.
I've still got my landline, but I still, it's all that I use for.
They didn't want to give us one for our new house, and after we thought about it, hey, good idea. We don't need one.
I know I would like us just to get this going.
Yeah.
So bad, because Waverly's got, there's 3 new businesses that,
That's correct.
you know,
There are.
Well, and that person would be responsible making sure that business gets noticed in the paper, so that would be part of your budget to make sure that that person gets the ribbon cutting ceremony, and that's part of your budget.
and I talked to those businesses about doing that for them, but, you know, we both have a full-time job, and we really need somebody who can step in and do that.
And that being said, with a livable salary, they need to work 40 hours. It can't be a part-time, that's my perception. If it's a full, I mean, if it's a livable salary, they need to put the hours in.
Well, I think like we said earlier, you know, it kind of, somebody mentioned it goes hand in hand with economic development. Yes, it doesn't, but yes, it doesn't. But at least this person can be in touch with economic development and say, hey, what do you got going on? And
That's right.
storm brain together,
You're
create
right.
ideas,
You're right.
create whatever, is where my mind.
They need to be in touch, not daily, but at least every week or two.
You know, and then you got being on the doors, talking the old established businesses, the newer businesses. I can see it.
So if we're, which I agree, this person need to be out in the county. So what about vehicle and stuff then? Fuel?
See, I hadn't mentioned that to some of the board members. I'm like, well, if she's gonna be out and about, it's gonna be out and about, then, you know, they ought to have a vehicle like the housing authority. I mean, unless we're paying mileage and.
I mean, those are the options. Just something else to think about as far as how we're gonna fund
When you
this
put-
thing to be successful.
When you put a budget together, yes, all these things need to be part of it. And even if they were attached to another entity within the courthouse, there would still be that issue of a vehicle. So, we've probably got one around here somewhere. I don't know.
They have one already.
I think, yeah.
That possibly would.
Yeah.
That would.
Yeah.
We're brainstorming, I guess.
But I'm glad you brought that up, because I do think they ought to have.
You know, even if we've got an existing vehicle that would probably work, do we put that as part of the budget of this, you know, the expenses of that vehicle? It should.
You should.
You know, really should be,
To get it.
so we know what we're getting
To know what it is, right.
per county, you might say,
Sure.
to know where we're at.
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm just gonna go look up a couple.
So she did talk about dissolving the corporation.
Uh-huh.
So if she dissolved it, and that would the bylaws be?
Well,
That'd be with the state of Kansas.
this corporation would be dissolved anyhow, right?
If she went, well, if they went.
I would
to the
say
state.
all starts over, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Wade might have a different opinion.
They're probably filling out an annual report for the corporation. We don't even know whether the corporation's still in place, do we?
Well, I
Because that'd be an
know,
annual report to fill out.
right, and I thought she was dissolving that.
Well, I think, yeah,
It'd have, to me, it would definitely have to be dissolved.
yeah.
As far as policies and procedures manual, it sounded like you was in the process of maybe updating some of it. But in order to advertise for a person, you know, we need to probably make sure the policy and procedures are up to date completely, because they're gonna wanna know what,
Yeah, the job.
they're gonna know what their job responsibilities are.
Right.
The bylaws of the Commerce, Chamber of Commerce, I'm not sure,
New corporation, is that the?
I'm not too sure the chamber would need them. I would think that everything ought to be covered under the policies and procedures. What are you trying to find there, Tom? I looked a while ago, I couldn't find what I was looking for.
Oh, I was just checking a couple of, trying to come up with a comparable, if you will. I mean, because there's a lot of things like we fund the Arts Council. You know, I can't remember what their budget is, Coffee County Transportation, we give to them. I mean, there's,
Coffee County Transportation's they've got a huge budget.
yeah, they do, but and it's a larger scale deal, but I don't think there would be a comparable, I guess.
Well, these names are blessed in the past.
Pardon me?
These names on this, I said that's a blast from the past, all the names.
Oh,
on
yeah,
that
Kenny
song.
Vaughn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Donna Knapp. Yeah.
34 years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
did you see it?
So there was a
Yeah,
resolution.
April 26, 1990.
Yeah.
This went out January 4th. There was an attorney, Stephen Van Brand, to help with the resolution. So they did. And the attorney's name was James Newberry.
Is there a paper trail that goes with it? The paper trail would be probably the most helpful part of that.
I can forward you emails. I mean, when you say paper trail, you mean,
I would assume there are documents that had to be prepared and voted on and signed.
okay, so the last text we got on that was she was going to get with a few of us to get signatures, but she never came to me, so I never signed anything. I don't know who she got signatures from.
Do you think it's potentially still hanging out there? And you can probably send that attorney's name, and I can give them a call and see if they're willing to pass any information on. There may be something that may answer everything. It's kind of unfortunate. It sounds like you're somewhat in the dark on.
I think we all are, really. I mean,
So I think having that information and knowing your current status and being able to have the documents that sort of outline what's happened and where you are currently probably will help figure out the next course of action, in my opinion.
I get the documents, I'll just email them to you.
Okay.
Well, and looking at our housing authority, was probably the closest
Comparable.
department we had. I looked at 4 or 5 others.
Yeah.
They're not a real good fit. The housing authority, their salary is greater than what we're looking at, but they've also got also got 2 people in there, because the salary in their budget is 129. And then contractual deal is 60, commodities is 12, and capital outlay is 6. And then there's some special stuff too, but I'm not too sure. Those first 4 items might be something we can work around or work with.
Where's the visitor center located at?
Is it still, is that the caboose, rented? Because you did have an office downtown, is it still vacant or is it rented?
She was cleaning it out, so.
And was that within the visitor center then?
It was down next to,
By the hair, down by
yeah,
the office.
Oh,
Linda Hess's
okay,
hair.
okay.
It's a building owned by the city of Burlington.
Correct.
Do what?
I see.
City of Burlington owned the building where they relocated.
That's right, okay.
So is that facility still available?
I don't know. We haven't checked into that because we didn't know what direction we were going.
Sure.
Um,
Well, given there's not a whole lot of space here, but.
Right.
Or that would be, and given that, you know, it would be a separate entity, if you will,
Right.
that would make some more sense to me.
And
I don't know if everybody agrees on separating it like that.
No, that's what I was alluding to. I mean, that if they have an office or if there's an office space available, that would be the separation.
Yeah, I think that'd be the best way.
I think that would be the best way for the direction to go.
Maybe separation's the incorrect word, but kind of may have your own,
location.
well, your own board, where, like I say, the housing authority board, Ronnie reports to them, and they have meetings, and they get together, and
That's
great
what we
ideas.
would want. Yeah,
I don't know, is that,
that's great. I mean, that's what we want.
but yet it's funded through here. Just like the housing authority, well, not all of it, she gets grants too, but still her public support's at 285, which granted, some of that's not gonna be needed in this aspect right away, I would think, but.
She's working on $396,000 in grants.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Chamber of Commerce, if there isn't some grants out there, probably be less value, but it would surprise me if there isn't some grants out there.
See, there's an example of getting somebody good,
That was able-
full-time,
you're
that
right.
can do that.
That would be able to write the grants,
Mm-hmm.
if there were funds available.
If they had grant writing experience, but
Yeah.
some of these, I think Rhonda Gilbert, you don't quote me, hopefully Rhonda, I think she learned some of it from the previous director, but she does write her own grants, and very good at it. I think some people do learn on the fly.
And Rhonda was she was with the chamber at one time. She would probably,
She could be of assistance, I'm
Yeah.
sure, I'm not gonna volunteer, I'm not gonna do that.
Right.
You could send them to grant writing school too, and pay for it.
True.
And then if they don't have it, they're willing to learn, send them, and then they have that.
That ability.
Yep.
I know that we have a couple of people interested, and one she's still got a job, so it's not, I don't know, you really should.
Right, I wouldn't say that.
But she's, I think she's got, yeah.
Well, again,
Should be good.
your board would be responsible to hire that individual. Am I correct on that?
Right.
If that's how you want to structure it.
Yeah. But again, we don't want to, I'm not saying we don't want that, but to do something, but yet we want to be kind of cautious on the reins of expenditures and purchases, so.
A subordinate board.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that, what do you think of that idea, Wade?
I think it sounds reasonable, and you'd want, if taxpayer money is going to support this organization or another, you want to have some checks and balances in place to make sure that there's an accounting that goes with it. And I think that, if you read those bylaws, that at least at one point in time, if they're resolved now, it had that internal structure. So if somebody made a request on what happened with X, Y, or Z, then you could produce a bank statement or something that shows here's where it went. I just happened to do a quick search online, and most chambers, at least in a quick search, they're city-based. There is one county one somewhat here that popped up in Chase County, but I'm not sure if that's one you guys are familiar with or not, but I can put it up on the screen so you can kind of see it, and it has what their structure is. It doesn't have their bylaws or anything like that, but since it's an actual county instead of the city of Newport or somewhere else, if you want to see that.
No, that's very good, All right, real quick, Wade.
Can only go as fast as the.
I know how your thing works for you sometime up there.
And it might be valuable if this looks right to reach out to them and see what their structure is.
That'd be the biggest one, county.
Yeah.
I'm curious, have you ever done any, you're relatively new on the chamber, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah,
What was your question?
I'm sorry. Has there ever been any fundraising done within that you're aware of as far as events for fundraising?
I did help with one race in Leroy for like a, I don't know what the race was called, but, I mean, I was really new at that time, but.
Not on a regular basis that you.
Right.
So this is.
Because it really wouldn't, and thank you for this, Wade, but when I read through like the first little bit, it really wouldn't operate much different than it does now, because I know the chamber helped sponsor, in the past, has helped sponsor like the catfish tournaments and this and that and the other, but this chamber person could go out, beat the bushes to local businesses, hey, the catfish tournament, you know, because I'm not always aware of an event coming up to where I am able to sponsor, but we do, you know, we get hit up for Ducks Unlimited each year, we're an annual member of that, or Quail, we sponsor teams at the rec center all the time. Golfing events, I mean, so I know there's other events that could, maybe a city really could use help sponsoring for their fireworks display, or, you know, I don't know. I can see it working hand in hand with each city, as well as economic development, as well as Ducks Unlimited, catfish, all that.
our economic development does a lot of sponsoring of those type of events. To me, they could work hand in hand. But she'd have to have a budget for, he would have to have a budget for it.
Well, here's some of my take on some of that, you know, it's sponsoring an event to me is an advertising tool for your business. I'm not sure Coffee County needs an advertising tool. I mean, it's nice that we do support events, but maybe the event could turn out bigger if, you know, I'm not trying to take anything away from departments sponsoring an event or anything. I don't mean it that way.
Right.
But maybe this director could get the word out, there's an event coming to other businesses that otherwise may not know it's happening. It can create more funds for them to operate off of, and pass out better, larger prizes, all the above.
So here's who runs it, membership governs the chamber, officers and 5-member board of directors elected by the entire membership determine policies and direct activities. Our directors paid. The only paid employees are the administrative director, who devotes both paid and volunteer hours to the chamber. Part-time employees are hired to work on weekends. Officers, directors, and committee chair people all serve without pay. How does it work? I'm not going to read that. What are the benefits? Then it goes director and staff, just so you see who that is. Executive director, Tony Schneider. Assistant executive director, Ken Wachowski. And then board of directors, executive committee, board of director members.
Membership.
Okay, membership. Here's where you can join online, it looks like. Here's your membership level. Brick and mortar, 150, basic, 75, individual, 35. First year membership, $50, additional business entity, $50. And that's just how they have their structure.
Some businesses still do contribute.
What if they got policy and procedures for,
Well, I'm sure they do. Looks like these are some of their, I mean, this is their own website that I guess was created for, if you look at one of the things they recently did, create an online presence for visitors, entrepreneurs, and residents. Results, built an extensive new website showcasing Chase County's unique tourism assets prominently. Website addressed a lack of information on county assets, attractions, services, and opportunities. Site includes tools for prospective citizens to find information, make it easier to move to Chase County and learn about entrepreneurship, incentives, and opportunities, and it's a primary communication tool for current residents. And that has current future plans. That's why I'm saying it may be worth reaching out to them and seeing what they have, they share. Doesn't have anything, they've even got merchandise. Courthouse cutting board.
You know, really, Chase County isn't that much bigger than us, are they? Chase County isn't bigger than us.
I would think
Other than, yeah, they're smaller.
They're smaller.
But yet they've got a lot of events going on over there, the way I understand it.
I really like that.
They won an award for their website.
Mm-hmm.
9 vestings doing Chase County.
See, I would bet you that, like, even like right up there where it has like their Emma Chase Friday night music summer sessions, it's sponsored by, I would guess, local businesses, I don't know, that'd be one thing to.
Want me to click on it?
Yeah, see what I. Open mic night, you might be careful there.
Don't ask me. To hell.
So it looks like it also sort of advertises, you can pick on each of the cities. Let's see what that shows. Gives you the background on that city, local shopping, phone numbers, addresses.
Somebody spent a lot of time on this website.
You can click, looks like you can click on it.
Somebody's doing a huge amount of work there, Chase County.
So
And I don't think we could get somebody part-time.
Not do anything like that, you're right.
You're right.
So
We're starting to fill up that 20-hour work week though, aren't we?
this one within their website, there's a link. I just clicked on one of the links. This is the Grand Central Hotel and Grill, contact information, website, social media, description, pictures. So for each one, it sort of helps to advertise all the different things. There's camping and RV, recreation in Cottonwood Falls, churches in Cottonwood Falls, more businesses. You're with Farm Bureau, right? So here's Farm Bureau, Cottonwood Falls.
Right.
So this just got me thinking, you know, if you have some of these outfitters that are around that would probably like to be known on that. You have some of the, few Airbnbs around.
Site Industries, Travis
And then
Site.
you have the Getaway Farm down in Ridley, what's that called?
I guess the next one.
I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, they have like a little small lake down there, cabins.
Oh,
Was that,
Scott Stone's deal.
Yeah, Stonehenge
South of Grizzly?
or something like that, Stonehenge or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
The Chamber of Commerce is doing a tremendous job promoting Chase County.
Yeah.
And so I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of little things around here that I'm not, of course, I've never really Googled Coffee County to see if half these people that I just mentioned are even on it.
There's a Chase County Business Directory. It's like the ABC order.
And I do know when I went to Pittsburgh for my granddaughter's graduation, there were no motels. But I did get on their local chamber page to find an RV site in town that I could use to take my camper to as opposed to a motel, which is very helpful.
This would be a,
Action on program.
to me, the quality of this would be a pretty good example of someone to try to use.
Yeah.
If got that right person, to be willing to put the effort into it.
Which Coffee County's got its own website, but it's basically, from what I've seen, I'm not dissing them, I'm just saying it's just mostly our departments and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
I know the Chamber, Coffee County Chamber had a website, but we don't have we can't get on it to do anything with it, so we would have to be starting over. Right?
But if we had the right person, they could start over and just build their own your own new and improved.
Right.
So this appears to be who designed their website, it's Ad Astra Directory. Not sure whether or not, but. Yeah. So, just thought I'd show that.
Thank you. I like that.
Here's I didn't show this. Event calendar. Let's see what this is. Here's a calendar that has okay, this week, bicycle ride, Flint Hills Rodeo, rodeo, symphony in the Flint Hills, patio party, horse-drawn bowling, something. Let's just click on it. Learn more. Horse-drawn bowling and breaking.
Looks like too much fun.
Try it north. So it has where you go to do it. And it has premier events, so what's a premier event?
Whoever did it made it real easy.
It's sold out. Friday, June 7th. Dinner and music event takes place on the historic Cottonwood River Bridge overlooking Waterfall in downtown Cottonwood Falls. Sold out, it was $85 a ticket, plus tax. All the sponsors.
One of the sponsors is that Trester Foundation. You got that Trester Park up there in Emporia where there's a couple diamonds on. And there's been a lot of money spent on those 2 fields up there where they play baseball. In fact, there's 3 fields there.
Yes,
They've got them in great shape.
that's pretty up there.
Yeah.
I really like that.
That's what I was, I don't know.
Where do we go over here? I'm gonna authorize them to start advertising for.
Well, I think, do you guys wanna like visit with the rest of your members first a little bit?
I don't know that we need to. Everybody is pretty much on board. I mean, we want to get somebody.
So we would need to come up with, if you're gonna advertise for somebody, what's expected of that, or you guys would, I mean, you know, like.
I think
we
she did that.
need to know some numbers too.
Yeah.
We already have a job description that, I might be able to afford that.
The funds for that.
Wait, what's your email?
WBOWIE at coffeecountyks.org.
If we turn that committee loose on advertising for an individual, they definitely need to know what funds
Can we,
so they got flexibility with it.
right, but I mean, can we still, like there's a certain amount of money, the bed tax that goes to the chamber that we spend, am I correct in that?
Mm-hmm.
So can we still help fund that department through that tax even though we're doing it in this manner, I guess is my question again. Because we already, and that was like 15, I was trying to find it, but I can't. I'm looking too quick, I know it's here.
What's the, Sigurd Hotel deal away from or something? What was it?
Yeah, tourism convention promotion, so there's 19,000 in there now.
And then, doesn't Bobby contribute some out of his budget to that?
I think, but I'm not exactly sure how much.
For some reason, I think it is, but I don't know what the number is.
Which accounts
I know he said the bed tax goes toward helping fund the chamber as well as we do an annual contribution, I think, I want to say like 20,000. So I mean, we're part way up the ladder, I guess, already, is what I'm trying to say.
So is the bed tax the same thing as the TGT? So the TGT, I thought you would have, you promised it for the amphitheater.
Right.
No.
Economic development's got 376 in it.
To go towards that project.
But it's not our project.
Good.
It's not our project.
Well, I think the PGT money was gonna go back
Oh,
towards the developer or something to that
That
effect.
was I'm not sure I'm remembering it correctly, but that's what I was alluding to.
For a certain period of time to help offset some of the costs associated with that project is my recollection. I could be remembering wrong.
That's a Joe question for me.
Remember
And I can talk to Joe.
but,
Am I correct? I know I'm correct.
but before any advertising for that position, you need to know where you're going to be set up at. I mean, there's some things that's not answered yet. I mean, I'm not against that part of it. You just need to know where you're going to position that person. They've got to have a home to go to.
And I'm assuming they had a laptop to begin with that's still available. As far as trying to help come up with a budget, I guess those are some questions. I mean, is there a phone down there now that can transfer as a cell and laptop? Are there computers now? Are there,
She was getting
what's in place now as far as?
nothing.
No, I mean, like, is there a laptop? Is there a phone? Is there?
No. We don't have anything.
So you never had a computer to begin with?
I don't know if it was her computer or, I don't know what she did with the computer.
Okay.
I might suggest figuring out what happened with the attorney who was involved, getting those documents, and then in the meantime, sort of put the structure together for whether it be a proposed job description, which you have, what the management structure would look like, whether it's basing it off of what's currently in place, reach out to Chase County, see what they have, and a combination of those things, because if you're gonna put something out and have somebody come in and apply, so what am I gonna do? Well, I don't know. Well, and there may be somebody out there who wants to start from the ground up and they build it.
I sent you the job description just a minute ago, and then I can also forward you the attorney. As far as working, is it possible to hire somebody and until we have a place, have them work downstairs with Bobby in that one office until they find it? I mean, I think, maybe that one place is open.
Let's find out.
Okay.
That's what I would wonder, if that city might be willing to.
Oh, I'm sure that we can, by the time we do the application process and everything, you're gonna be able to find out whether that building's available and whether or not you have a laptop. We haven't even really set a budget yet to operate off of. We haven't decided where that money's coming from as of yet, so.
We can't do an interview if we don't know what to pay, what.
But we need to know what monies you're going to need.
Again, we need to set a budget. I mean, you need to buy a computer do you need to buy a phone, do you need, you know, we need to find out if we had a spare vehicle around here, we need to find out, you know, probably through Angie, if that person's making, you threw out 60,000 before, so I'm gonna assume if that person's making 60,000, we had that discussion, I think, a couple of weeks ago, did we not? That it's 60,000 times 2 to employ anybody anymore. Was I correct in that statement, Mitchie? I think one of the discoveries you did for us when they first came in was benefits on top of
Oh,
hourly
yeah.
was,
Yeah.
was almost the
Right.
same as their hourly pay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I guess we would, with that being said, I mean, some sort of a budget to present to us so that we could make a motion and you know whether or not you got a building. Some legal aspects probably need to be hammered out to make sure. So, in other words, I hate for you to say, okay, yeah, you're hired and start in 2 weeks, but then we don't have all the legalities of everything done.
And we had a budget the last time you were in here.
Well, I do remember that, but we were quite certain it was light.
The light, on the light side. Okay. Too conservative.
I think
So the budget that was presented was, and correct me if I'm wrong, with the idea that this individual would be a county employee and then have county benefits. And if I understand the direction from the board is they may not be a county employee, they may be under the direction of the chamber, and then that would include maybe finding out what additional
Well, I made the budget, and I didn't, at that time, think of them as an county employee.
Okay.
But if I remember correctly, like the benefits and all like that
They weren't in there.
they weren't in there, so that would, again, need to be in there, you know, and what's the rent on the building, what's the utilities, laptop, phones, some advertising
That was-
funds to
yeah.
kick off with. I mean, you know, does that equate to 20,000, does it equate to 5,000, what's that equate to? You know, to get it kicked off and going, I mean, you wanna do it right, sounds like, and I want you to be able to, I don't wanna handcuff you, so to speak. But the way I'm hearing from the board, everybody's on.
Yeah,
Same thing.
I just think we need some more in place before advertising for help. I think we're a ways away from that right now.
I just didn't know if the city of Burlington has its building, if they might be willing to contribute that or some utilities or.
And that's something else that,
I can call them and find out if that building's still available.
You know, and then also, would your board be willing to, I mean, when you see Chase County, there still is membership dues, so is that something that can help fund? I mean, Coffee County,
I mean, that's something we can visit within the board, when the board.
like I say, according to that, there still are membership fees
Mhm.
for local businesses, and there's also sponsors for events, so, is that part of helping fund this entity, you will, with more, basically all it would be more contributions from Coffee County. Basically, you would be remaining the same, it's just you getting more from us and you're getting more of an employee. In the long run, am I wrong?
no, you're not wrong. I still think that there needs to be a
If it's
membership fee
structured,
somewhere.
yeah, if it's structured like that,
Yeah,
then basically you're no different than where you were, you're just getting more funding from Coffee County.
And you'd have a full-time employee that could hopefully make something of this quality happen.
Correct.
What we would need, I think what everybody would need.
What do you think, Brett? Yeah.
Oh, I think it's Brett. I was like, I don't know who that is.
I just thought I'd drag you in there, use that.
Thanks. Thanks. That sounds good.
Okay. Sorry to catch you off guard.
That was a dish.
Enlighten the conversation, just break it up.
I don't think any question the commission's behind this 100%. Just need some more facts and figures come back to us.
Clarification.
Well, that's the thing. we
Some
want.
clarification, clarification of some items and, then just put the thing together and make it work for an advantage for Coffee County. And there's I still come back, there's a little bit of overlap between this and economic development, and they can communicate together, even though they won't
Which
be.
they were previously.
Yeah.
Her and Melissa was coming down and communicating with Skip
Right.
previously when he first came on board, so.
Okay.
Again, after seeing this and thinking about it further, maybe there's some more legal aspects that Wade wants to digest as well, but that's the only real change I see is maybe, more contribution from Coffee County to let you achieve the goal you wish to see it.
Okay, when do you want to meet back? How long?
I'll come back next week.
Okay.
I know we've got a continuation Monday at 1 with TV towers. I can't call it a work session no more. So our
We're all
meeting
working on that.
continue, after 1 o'clock Monday for sure. So I mean, if it's a short little presentation, of a, say it's something simple as a spreadsheet with, here's our estimated membership dues, here's what Coffee County's been contributing so far, thus far, this is what we're thinking about paying, the building's still available, but yet we need a vehicle and a cell phone and a computer, I don't know. See, make some discovery that way, and I don't know if that'd give Wade enough time to make some discovery on any ins and outs legal wise we may need to, bridge we may need to cross, or did the chamber have it, when you talk about a lawyer, was that a lawyer that was already somewhat at the disposal of the chamber, or is that?
No, she hired somebody to help with the dissolution of the corporation.
Okay,
It was the company, the attorney that Denise McNabb works for, up in Topeka.
so
I'll
again,
forward that to you.
yeah, I wouldn't mind Wade doing some discovery for us on, whether, whether we gotta rewrite some
How is
verbiage and something.
Is a week enough time for you guys to do, I mean, it seems like a relatively short time for you guys to put together something.
Let's wait a couple weeks so we can all be here.
I think that,
Okay.
I mean,
So,
yeah,
I mean, the whole idea of the board is all of us
Yeah.
right,
together.
right.
So it sounds like I'm pretty sure you got our support to up any contribution the county's doing, so that you can achieve the level you wish it to be at.
Well,
I'm still in favor of continuing it basically as it is, just, and let the board basically run with it.
Well, thank you. I'm excited because I do feel like this is a full-time position, and I really like that.
Yeah.
So you're talking about July 8th then coming back, like say at 1 o'clock on a continuation day?
That'll work.
We're going to start calling them continuation days instead of work sessions, continuation days.
And as soon as I get back, I'll send an email out to everybody and kind of tell them what,
Okay.
So July 8th.
July 8th, 1 o'clock.
And then, just so you know, they're gonna be working on budgets too, and near the end of July, the auditor's coming to set the budget, so they can go to publication, so you might really wanna
Make sure
think
that,
about your numbers and make sure you've got it, because once we do it, it's a go.
so don't be on the low side, be on the high side.
I would suggest it, would you not?
I would, just because you're starting out and you've got a lot of things to purchase to get started, and doesn't mean they have to spend it all,
Right.
so.
It could carry over, it can do whatever it wants, but again, some sort of, I'm just gonna use a spreadsheet as an example of we had many members in the past at this rate, and then we got the bed tax at this much, and the county's contribution was that much, so really, we're just upping our contributions. But you do need, sounds like you do need some items to purchase to get it up and rolling how you want to see it.
And I'll try to reach out to her too and see if there's any of that left down there, or if she,
Is she still in Burlington, or is she?
I don't think so, I think she's gone.
Will you reach out to Chase County, or do you want me to? That's number one. Number two, for your budget, you might, at a minimum, see if you can figure out what they paid for this site, because that might be something to include in your budget, so you have that ahead of time.
Sure.
Yes, and using their budget as a guide, knowing you've got to add more, might help you too.
And maybe get their figures for how many people or how many entities they have that are a part of their membership, and what does that look like. And you may not have to reinvent the wheel, they may just pass on information to you to help you get started.
Sarah was working on something about the website, so I'll reach out to her and kind of point her in this direction, that we all were really impressed with the Chase County website. And have her check into that. Okay,
Good?
we're good.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Bye. Hello.
I'll forward that to you today.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we walked through roundtable earlier, but you did not have the opportunity, and I think you were wanting to do something.
I had a 10-minute executive session I was gonna request. It's attorney-client, myself, and the board, and it's I'm not sure how it needs to be worded. I was provided an update by a representative of the board from PNP regarding information that needed to be passed on to this board, and it's legal advice, legal update in nature related to the CHIPS project. I don't know how to put that into a update regarding CHIPS project. I think it's
Mr. Thompson may have to read it, because I turned my pad off.
I think I'll get closer.
I don't know why I was like, hey, that's down, I reached up, turned it off.
Yeah, I should have.
Let's just want to make a motion based off what Wade said.
not sure that passes.
Is it at the top? Apparently I scrolled all the way to the bottom.
It's, at the very, it's near the bottom, right after the change order number 12 motion,
Okay,
and I'm still typing.
okay. Good.
So, I'm gonna start dragging any more conversations.
Just make sure I don't think you're calling me Brett next time. Oh, he's talking to me.
You like to be called red?
No, I do, that's not what I heard.
Oh, okay.
I thought his name was Brett, and I was like, are you gonna answer?
Oh, red. I don't know why with everybody with red hair, I just call them red.
Most people are, that's a frequent nickname.
My nephew's wife's redheaded, and we just call her red. Right, I don't know what they call her.
What do you think?
Okay, I think
About
it's
that?
ready.
You want me to just read it all?
I guess I'm still
Okay.
warming up there.
Move to enter into executive session for, how many minutes, sir? 10 minutes, to include each of the commissioners and County Councilor Wade Bowie II, to discuss matters deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship regarding an update provided by a representative of the EMP Board pertaining to the legal advice and update related to the CHIPS project under Kansas Open Meetings Act, ASA 75-4319B2, to resume in the commission room at,
You can just wait there. We're gonna do 10 minutes,
yes,
okay?
That's a move.
I'll second.
then, okay, I'm done, you go ahead.
I'll move, Curry seconded.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll go in at 2:34. For 10 minutes. We're back, no action taken. Did anything else from roundtable, Mr. Bowie?
So the last thing was, and maybe you took care of it already, is the employee handbook. I know that got.
Yeah, we didn't finish that before, did we?
The motion's out there.
Okay. That's the only thing, because it's up on my screen.
Oh, I found it.
Oh,
I mean, found it, Well, wow.
Technology.
Did you mess up something?
I It's a mini computer that I don't play with often, that see exactly how it works. And there it is. So we're good with the changes in the employee handbook, and you look back and this was the
Mm-hmm, that was the motion we did.
okay. All right. So move to approve and adopt final June 2024 employee handbook effective June 24th, 2024 with revisions. I'll move.
I'll second.
Thompson moved, Curry seconded. Any discussion? Going once. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0, we have a product.
Yay. It's been a long time coming.
I can believe it until it's printed. And I'll email it to Angie, that can get it to the printers and whatever that turnaround is.
I think it was time well spent to making sure that it was right.
Yeah.
Yeah, a year, 3 years later, revising it.
Yeah.
But maybe just be one little paragraph, so, you know.
Anything else, Wade? Bowie?
For your, radio tower, emergency tower conversation.
Yeah, I hated like having to cut them off, but I I really want to give them ample time to, and everybody
They
else.
probably needed 30 minutes for long.
Yeah, everybody else has to digest.
Yeah.
I just encourage you to think about if that is something you're gonna go with, that down payment is significant, and where you would potentially pull that.
Well, we've got, in the towers, as of right now, there's $1,066,000 sitting there.
And that's a 3-year project, just remember.
Correct.
Yes.
So with that being said, I don't mind discussing the finances of this part now, maybe we'll speed up next week, but, they can't start till 2026, which is basically 2 years away. So,
See, that makes
Right.
that makes 5.3 million, it'll be sitting there in that reserve account, which is just $500,000 under what the cost is gonna be.
correct.
Right, the 25% down is due at signing, so, I mean,
Right.
and we're pretty close.
Because when we do budgets, this 2024 number, this 1,066,000 rolls over when?
It'll just remain there, if nothing's been spent.
So I guess what I'm saying is, maybe it's on one of the other sheets. As of right now, is there 2 million in there? So right
Well,
now-
actually, you've got the whole 3 million in there right now.
Even though that third is labeled for 25.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at your Coffee County Fund balance sheet,
Okay.
right now you have 7.9 million in there.
Right.
Okay, if you look at the total on the bottom of your capital improvement plan, your total out to 2029 is 6.9 million. So you've got
Right,
a million
6.9.
more in there than what you have planned for right now.
So the 25% down is already sitting there, basically, it's not a problem.
How much is the 25%?
Uh,
I didn't get it.
$1.4 million.
Yeah, 1,450,000.
Yeah, we got plenty to take care of it.
Yeah,
And then 60% due when equipment arrives, and that's estimated time 14 to 16 months, if I was reading that.
Right, so there's another year.
Now, is this for the towers they're
Yes.
talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got 3.2 there right now.
Which
Okay.
is half of what it's gonna cost the total program gonna cost.
Yeah, 5.8.
Okay, so,
Well, basically what they're telling us is of the day is that, if we approve this by July 18th, we're gonna save $1 million, give or
Right.
take. That's the way I took it.
And the way I read it, it would be beneficial to, if we're going to do this project, to do it, not by a payment schedule, but by the purchase outright.
Yeah.
Correct,
We don't want a payment schedule.
Yeah,
correct.
so what we would have to look for then is by 2026 or 2027, have another million dedicated to be put into the capital improvement plan to still cover everything else.
We're 500 short when we look at it there.
Yeah,
Because it's 5.3, so.
yeah, but again, we only gotta give 25% down and then not start for another 2 years, give or take, year and a half, let's just say. And then it was what, I'm sorry, I lost that, another 50%, is that right?
Then leave it at
I gotta find the right page.
We're probably gonna need to-
25 due at signing. So in another year and a half, you need another 3.5. And the rest of it will be
We won't have any trouble at all getting, even if we got to put
Get
some,
to that.
a little bit more funds in it, we could do this.
Yeah, we'd be okay.
Yeah.
So the only real discussion is, I can't, I don't know how to word this. In today's world, if you will, sounds like it's the way of the future, and that maybe Wade could add a little some more on that. Just wait till they come back in next week, but it's a well-needed tool for future as well as today.
It's really crucial if they can't communicate in areas even outside of buildings, you know, it's bad enough if you can't talk in a building.
And they're giving us the brand new, as
The
I understand,
technology, right.
the brand new technology
Added cost.
at this same cost
Right.
versus an increase of 500,000 to $1.5 million. So we're getting that advantage.
There are some other things they'll talk about, as you heard, they came in
Yeah.
and talked to me, so I kind of had a
And we
brief preview, but it is a first responder and public safety necessity, and I think that's what you hear from the first responder side, which ties into public safety. If they can't communicate because they're out in a remote area of the county and they can't communicate back and forth with each other, it's a problem. That's a huge concern.
And the northwest corner and the southeast corner are the problem areas.
And Southwest.
And southwest,
Southwest
yes.
is really
Yes.
bad around here.
Yes.
Speaking of some of that, I sat in on a quick com, had their meeting with the state on the grant that they applied for, and basically got somewhat approval, but just finalization of it.
Thank you. You too. I'll talk to you later.
Superintendent of Schools was on, Tom Johnson was on, Amelia was on, I was on, and, had lots of good, comments and discussion, you know, and, gosh,
Is
I
there any
think Carl
grant-
Lee was on there too, I can't remember now, but somebody did bring up the fact that the fire station was out there and there's no internet for that fire station. We got internet to all the other fire stations, and what an issue that could be, so. It was a very positive meeting, I just thought I'd throw that out there, I actually almost forgot till now.
Is there any grant money available for this project at all?
I have no
I don't
idea.
know whether Bobby could check into it or not. I mean,
I would think that would be an Amber thing.
Yeah, that would be an Amber thing, that wouldn't be another thing.
okay.
I think Amber, if you ask her, she'll indicate that that was looked into.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Yeah. It'd be nice if it was.
Anything else, Wade?
Not for today.
How about you, young lady?
I don't have anything.
With that being said, we'll adjourn it to
Recess.
recess.
Please.
Yeah, we have to come back Wednesday for checks and vouchers at 9.
That's a no, correct.
Correct.
That wrote down that thing.
Yep, Wednesday at 9.
Wednesday at 9.
So we'll just reconvene at that, is that?
Yes, we will recess till Wednesday at 9. We will recess to 2:58. Yes, cancel, Mr. Thompson. Pardon me.